Well, good morning again, everyone. Let's start with karakia if we had a volunteer in the room.
Tēnā no tātou i ruti tu tātou nei tēnā. Te tīmata anora me te tātou nei karakia, tēnei ahutanga anora o te wā, a puanga, a matariki, tērā matariki tare wai, wai nau mai are mai ngā ua, te ata kapua, te ata kore i te mani tino au. Tui aka tani mai te kōko kore i te ata tū kataka tū. Kama te uiro e tūtaka ke tānei te timi tēnei tōtua, tānei te tauiri ke tēnei tōtua. Koi tai a mini koi ngarara tōtara, koi waka pia koe waka ka wawa ia, koe waka rere, kei runga nei te taipō, kei rana nei te taipō, ki te kua te taipō, ki tāputa te taipō, ura manea nea kataka te pō, hia kataka te pō e rongo kari te kirunga, tūturu ho, waka maua kia tīna, huie,
Thank you very much for that here. Look, this is a continuation of these important rezoning hearings. We're getting near the end of our hearings process, and so it's very useful to have these rezonings come at the end because we've got the background now pretty much, and it's all certainly becoming very clear in the Commissioner's minds, the jigsaw around the district plan. I'll just introduce myself. I'm Stephen Daish. I'm the hearings panel chair. I hail from Napier. Commissioner Littlejohn on my left, Kit, and Commissioner McMahon on my right, David. And we are very lucky to have Commissioner Coffin online too today. Antoine wasn't down to hear the rezoning hearings because we're splitting our work up. But for today, pretty crucial that Antoine's come on board with the iwi and hapu submissions because there's lots of linkages back to the chapters he'll be responsible for writing our recommendations on. So kia ora, Antoine, welcome in for today and really appreciate you making yourself available.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and e mihi kawana kia koutou, tia wa o tira ngā kāhui iwi o te maunga, e mihi kawana kia koutou katoa.
Thank you, Antoine. And just to start the day, as is tradition now in our hearing, we'll just do a round, a name call. So starting with you, Christine. I think everyone knows Christine, but just introduce yourself.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Christine, and I'm part of the administrating team for the hearings.
Good morning, everyone. Joe Ritchie, report writer for Māori Purpose Zone and that part of the rezoning request.
Manil, Hamish Westney, the reporter for the Future Urban Zone, Alakura.
Morning, Louise White. I'm reporting officer for rural zones, some of the FUZ and some of the residential.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lauren O'Byrne and I'm reporting on commercial mixed-use zones.
Siri Edwards, district lead.
Good evening, everybody. Campbell Robinson, I'm the reporting officer on the residential zones.
Good tato, Mariam.
Tato, Keith Holswich, Ngāti Rangiriri Hapu trustees today. Morena tātou tuatahi rā tēnei kia koe matua, nau whakatūpera mai tō tātou hui tēnei ata o te rā, tēnā tātou, ko Anuru White toki ingoa, here for the Marakorehi Par Reserve Trust today.
Tēnā no tātou, Anuru Marshall, Ngāti Maru.
Ironically, all my hats get covered today, all these previous and the ones that will follow. So my name is Michael Matiki Rangi and I'm here representing Te Koahanga Moa, which is a combination of Kia Tiawa and Pacific, Pukerangi Ora, Puketapu, Ngāti Maru and Ngāti Koahanga Moa, which is the local township of it.
Tēnā whiru, tēnā tātou ko Liana Pautu tōku ingoa, ko te paupakarai o te kotahitanga o Te Atiawa. The Liana Pautu, Chair of Te Atiawa.
Nā tātou, Pion Tūta, whakapai o te kotahitanga.
Just, I know Sarah hasn't been very well, so normally she would be here with bells on, but I think you're just calling her from home, Sarah.
Tēnā koutou. Sarah, mako te kotahitanga o Te Atiawa. Sorry, we weren't as organised for this hearing with all of our submitters this morning, but anyway, we will make do. Tēnā koutou.
Chris, you'd like to say hello? Turn your speaker on, Chris. Okay, in that way, Chris, and Helen J, maybe. Sometimes it's hard to see who's there, so, that's pretty, yes. But, good morning, Alan. Right, it's going to be an interesting day. We have certainly really enjoyed the participation and contribution of Manawhino in these hearings. I think it's become evident to everyone here that the district plan working its way into the future for the Plymouth district is a crucial tool in terms of Manawhino aspirations, and we've certainly heard a lot of evidence, and particularly Sarah in her evidence for today has brought a lot of those threads together for us, which is really useful. So really like to say a big thank you to you, Sarah, for that role you played in our hearings, particularly, and also just received today from you, Sarah, an order of batting. So and we know that Rangi is in Canada, and he'll be diving at about 10 a.m, which would be great. Sarah as well is going to come in online. So is there anything you want to add, anyone, before we get underway? So,
tēnā koe, Commissioner Dash. Just one other thing, that Dion and Liana will be heard. We'll sit together and present together this morning, if that's okay.
Great. Okay. Yes. Right. So we're up with you first. I think Dion and Liana, if you want to come up to the chair. Now, I know you're used to speaking, but we've been having a little bit of trouble with the audio for those listening in. So I'm trying to speak up better than I normally do. So there's just a little reminder that if you can just present yourselves nice and loudly.
Yeah. Right. We're not sure what order we're in, so I'm going to let my boss go first.
I te tuatahi o kuranga tēnā koutou katoa, ko Liana Pautu tōku ingoa, ko te paupakarai o te kotahitanga o Te Atiawa, kei tōku nei taha ko Dion Tūta te pau whakahaere mo te kotahitanga o Te Atiawa nei ra. Tēnei māua, mātou, tātou, e tuku me i ana kia koutou te leata. Thank you, everybody. My name is Liana Pautu. I've previously presented evidence to you, and I'm thankful that I've been in front of all four of you at some point. So hearings 13, I presented on historical heritage. I think set out in that evidence is a bit about who I am and my background, and also presented evidence in the definitions hearing as well when we talked about treaty settlement lands. So I guess really this morning I'll be nice and brief, hopefully, really reiterating some of the kōrero that I've previously presented around our Te Atiawa aspirations post-settlement. So effectively at the point of settlement for us in Te Atiawa, we were landless. We didn't collectively own any whenua. While there are pockets of Māori land around, we didn't collectively own anything as an iwi. So certainly the aspiration, the most prominent aspiration for us has been re-establishing ourselves on our own whenua in our own rohe, given the historical context of confiscation and how far we've been removed. So how does that relate to rezoning? I guess the key point for us is that we're trying to, or we think that the district plan needs to really enable us to be able to fully meet that aspiration of utilising our land in the best way possible for our people and in a way that helps us meet our aspirations. So one of the things that we talked about was we have to, in our settlement, we have deferred selection properties and we also have right of first refusal properties. So in a bit of a cruel twist, I think I described it as, having had that whenua taken from us, we now have to purchase it back at market value. And we have to use the settlement compensation money to do so. One property in particular that I want to discuss and talk about is a property on the corner of Elliot and Courtney Street, the beautiful 6-storey red education house building, former education house building. That's one of the properties that was a deferred selection property. So I think we have taken some decisions to have that, to purchase that. And I understand in the submission that Sarah put before you was that we were looking to have that included in the city centre. We understand, and I've taken advice from Sarah obviously, around, we understand the reasons why that city centre proposal might not work in terms of the boundaries for that city centre has already been established and put in place. But what we are looking for, we think mixed zone is a little bit too restrictive for us because one of our aspirations is housing. And one of our aspirations is housing in places where people can access public transport, they can access services without requiring, you know, the added cost or added inconvenience of finding transport to those things. So when we look at a site like the education house, and we can say publicly, it won't remain as that beautiful building that's there. But, you know, if there was, I guess what we're seeking is something more than mixed purpose and perhaps a living precinct kind of layer over it so that it would enable us to utilise that for housing should that be in the purview and, you know, everything stack up. At the moment, we think that the mixed zone, mixed zone is just a little bit too restrictive for us and it wouldn't allow us to utilise it for housing necessarily. So that's certainly one submission that differs a little from the original submission that Sarah put in on our behalf in rezoning. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Sarah, but I think we're relatively comfortable with the retention of the proposed zoning for some other of our key sites. So at 99 Liada, which is just across the road from us, Pukekura, the parade is a development we're working on there. I think it's currently proposed for medium density residential. We are comfortable with that. We're comfortable with properties on Tukapa Street and Bailey Street in Waitara that are general residential. We're also comfortable with that. And also in out Bell Block by the airport, the De Havilland properties. There's some properties out there which are proposed to be general industrial, and we also support the retention of those zones. I think Hotu Maikuku, and we've we've talked a lot about Motu Maikuku, that's the former Barrett Street Hospital site. And we support the officer recommendation for the rezoning of that site as medium density residential. So I think really my job today is to sort of indicate where we're supportive of the officer's recommendations, and also where our proposal or our submission might differ slightly from the original put in by Sarah for the Education House property. There's also the officer recommendation for Junction Street, 46 Junction Street, for that to be rezoned from rural production to general residential, and also we support that as well. It's on a currently it's like I would describe it as a gravel reserve. That's what it's used for currently. There's piles of gravel in varying states there at the moment, and so we certainly have explored that with our team to look at a potential residential development option there. So we're supportive of that proposal in that sense. I think that's the key submissions on the specific properties that are in our deed of settlement that we have rights to. I think the only other point to make is around Māori purpose zone. We absolutely support the creation of a Māori purpose zone. Know that many of our whanaunga are going to present on their aspirations for some of the whenua and their rohe, some of our own hapu. We'll talk about that as well. We are supportive of that and really an indicator that that zoning is something that we will look to use as kotahitanga o Te Atiawa for future developments, future potential for lands that we might acquire. We don't have those in front of us, but we certainly understand that if that zone is made available, then we certainly go through the processes required to change any whenua that we think might fit within that zoning description. So I think those are the key points from me. Really just to support the hapu that will follow with their submissions in terms of those properties they are seeking to either change or retain particular zoning over. So I don't know if you want to take questions for both of us at the end, or
well, maybe just go one more. Certainly, I'm well aware of the importance for these lands that are becoming available for iwi to have the right zoning, just to maximise the aspirations for returning to whenua. I happen to be lucky enough to be acting for here Tangata Matia Settlement Trust Bay, and they've just settled, and the Central Hawke's Bay District Plan came along just about on that same time. So through my people I know that I said, hey, you need to be in and put forward your aspirations with positive rezoning requests for this land that would have been forgotten about otherwise, and certainly had been forgotten about by the council planners. So I think this is a great opportunity, timing wise, to look carefully at each of those properties that you have in your portfolio. But that's just a comment from me. I'll see whether Antoine has any questions, Liana, for the start.
I just had the one question. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. All good.
All good. This is the question's directed to you, Liana, but perhaps it might be for another party as well who are absent. And I just wondered whether you had a formal relationship with the Department of Corrections, Department of Conservation, and in particular the Director General for Conservation, because during these hearings, the department has been either very passive or in most cases absent, and particularly in regards to the Māori purpose zone is one example where questions of mandate and authority, and then the planning framework have been at question, but we haven't had the Department of Conservation in the room to let us know what their views are. I just wondered whether you had a formal relationship with the Department of Conservation that might be able to progress some of these matters.
Within our tēnā koe, Commissioner Coffin, within our deed of settlement, we have a relationship agreement protocol with the Department of Conservation. And most iwi have those at their standard, but they're not that specific that you can drill down into issues like ongoing management, ownership of reserve land. They are more about agreeing to talk to each other when there are significant issues that come up. I think if I'm being most frank about all of that, I think they sit in the deed of settlement and they don't get too much kind of traction, those relationship agreements. So even though they're formalised in settlements, they don't get a lot of traction. I think there are good relationships locally between, local dock staff and our hapu and iwi. But I think your description of passive and absent is absolutely correct in terms of head office, because essentially those policy decisions that affect the reserves on the ground are made at that level, and very much so they are not present in the region or engaging with us over those pursuits. But I know Dion's has had engagement with the department as well.
Yeah, Dion, do you want to add anything on that one?
There's nothing substantive that I can really add to what Leanna's just said. The Department of Conservation generally runs a very centralised operating model, where policy is held firmly in Wellington, and operational delivery is delivered locally, and sometimes to the frustration of the local deliverers. So the terms of the relationship are essentially set in Wellington and dictated from there. So it's kind of like a one-size-fits-all kind of cookie-cutter solution to quite sensitive local issues, which has problems that can cause problems with the relationship.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I thought it might be the case, but it was good to get some clarification. Thank you.
Anything for Leanna?
I was interested in your comment that Education House won't remain. Is that a promise?
I'm reluctant to promise, but certainly that looks how the way things are going. Yes.
I remember when that building went up, it was the flashiest thing in town at the time. So
Yes.
It hasn't stood the test of time.
Ironically, it housed the entity that our predecessor entity that negotiated the claims. They held their offices in there for some years.
I'm interested, when a property is identified as a deferred settlement property, does that mean there's a time period that runs for the deferral to be taken up effectively? It's almost like a right of first refusal. Is that how it works? Or?
Yeah, so it works that there's a specified list in the deed of settlement in the schedule, and in the deed it sets out the process by which you access those. So typically they're 1 to 2 years. You have a time frame of 1 to 2 years to make decisions, and that depends on the type of property it is essentially. For us, because we had so many, we put in we asked to do the due diligence on a whole lot of properties at the same time. And what that caused was a bit of a funnel at LINZ, and so they couldn't process them all. So we've taken longer than our deed provides to settle on some of those properties, and simply that's because of the delays in getting the information from LINZ to do the due diligence on the property. So statutorily it's 1 to 2 years, but there's the ability to extend that should we not be able to get the information on time.
Thanks, Steve.
Yes, good morning, Leanna. I'm particularly interested in Education House too, because I'm focusing on the commercial zones. So Lynn's currently hold that property as a sort of a caretaker role until this matters.
I think we may have transacted it Thursday.
Okay.
Here we go.
No reporting.
Yeah. And then the report. But yeah, we are very close to transaction.
Okay, well, that saves me asking the next question of how far are you through the 1 to 2 year period? Very far through. You talked about your preference for a central city zone over that site. And you talked about some of the restrictions that the mixed use zone, which is current or proposed zoning, might place. And I think I heard you say that maybe the solution is to live with mixed use zone, but have a living precinct established over that site. Did I hear you right?
Correct.
Yeah. And I think that's something that the officer has considered in her summary presentation on the first day of the hearing. I just wanted to make sure that you're aware of that.
I wasn't aware of the presentation, but
Yes.
but certainly I've taken some advice from our team around.
Yes, and I presume Sarah will probably follow up on this. But if that recommendation became our decision, that would meet the submission of Aotearoa.
Yes, it would. I guess the overarching aspiration is housing and different housing solutions.
Yes.
And having that added layer provides that for us.
Yes. And I don't know if you attended some of the Central City hearings on the zone provision. We heard that two of the key activities that can increase the vitality and vibrancy of the Central City is, well, having a resident population. That means people working in the city, but also people living in the city. And your aspirations would fulfill that second component, presumably.
I think part of the submission, the initial submission to have it included as a part of that city centre was for, to enable residential use.
Yes.
But we understand the rationale why it sits outside of that city centre zone boundary. But having a living precinct layer over top would still meet the aspiration.
Yes. So you'd be able to undertake mixed use activities if you wanted to, but at the same time you could investigate residential opportunities.
Absolutely.
I just want to get a feel for the time frame that you might be anticipating for development of that site. Have you or Dion given any consideration to that?
Well, certainly as a team we have, and a part of the considerations to purchase that property is that we actually have a plan for it. And so I believe that it will be almost immediate in terms of some of the works that might start on that site.
Some of those works might include demolition.
Yes. So I think that if we settle on Thursday, I think it will be quite immediate.
Sure. So I guess what I'm trying to understand there is whether development will be during the life of the planning period of the district plan, which is generally a 10 to 15 year period.
Absolutely.
Thank you. That's really useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions are clear. I appreciate your advice, Fiona. Beyond the
Kia ora koutou. Tautou wana hau ngā miki kuru i nei ata no reira kia koutou ngā kai nei rata. So my name is Dion Tuta. I think this is the first time I've appeared in front of you in a very preliminary introductory hearing. So I'm really pleased to be here today. The specific kaupapa that I'm here to talk about is Te Kohia Park. And I just wanted to reflect, I guess, on some of the opening statements you made, Mr. Chair, around the importance of the district plan, I guess, in sitting in terms of its, I guess, the permissible settings that it sets in terms of how we, as a community, decide what to do where. Because if I reflect on the core purpose of the organisation for which Te Kotahitanga o Te Atiawa, which traces its whakapapa back to Te Kōhia, basically, which and the confiscation. So a lot, invariably, everything that you cannot, it's inseparable. You can't get away from talking about some of these things. And sometimes it gets a little bit tedious for some people to hear, but it's a core part of our DNA now because of where we've come from. So, and the key purpose of Te Kotahitanga o Te Atiawa as an organisation is to help sustain and advance Te Atiawa identity. The interesting thing about the Te Kōhia project is that it's a project that is being done on, actually, which is council-owned land at this point in time. So it's in many ways, it's a bit of a partnership, experiment in partnership between Te Atiawa and the council. So Te Kōhia Pā, for those of you who might not be aware of what it is, it was a pā site which was established on, I think it's some of the most southern extremities of the Peka block in 1860. So in the 1860s, when the Crown was looking to enforce the sale of the Peka block out towards Waitara, some of our tupuna, under the leadership of Wirumukingi Te Rangitake, interfered with the survey, and that was about February 1860. And then in response to that, the governor sent in about 500 imperial troops and militia to basically enforce, to protect the surveying and enforce the sale. And in response to that, our tupuna built a pā at a place called Te Kōhia. And then on, I think it was on the 17th of March, 1860, the Crown opened fire on that. And those were the first shots of the Taranaki, North Taranaki, the first Taranaki land. And everything that followed after that led to the confiscation of North Taranaki, 1.25 million acres of Taranaki land. The modern site of Te Kōhia Pā is 1373 Devon Road, Brixton. And in 2016, the New Plymouth District Council acquired the property. It was a freehold block for 4 hectares, I believe, from the open market. And the mayor at that time, Mayor Andrew Judd, had a bit of a vision about seeing Te Kōhia being developed into a meeting place for peoples, like an educational centre where people could come to, well, we Māori and Pākehā, in its visionary outlook, could come together to learn about what happened in Te Kōhia and its effects on Taranaki as a whole. And I think at that stage he sort of viewed it as a bit of an extension of Pukeari, the museum. And so there were some initial discussions around what could possibly take place there. And I think the original purchase price of the land was about 750,000, something like that at that stage. Fast forward to the long-term plan, the 2020 long-term plan. The council resolved to invest $300,000 into the first 3 years of the plan to work with Te Kotahitanga o Te Atiawa on behalf of Te Atiawa iwi to find to develop a feasibility study for the use of that particular. So since that decision was made, in 2021, a steering group has been established. So Te Kotahitanga, we're essentially the secretariat for the steering committee. So the steering committee is made up of Manukurihi Hapu, Otarawa Hapu, and Pukerangi Ora Hapu. And we're acting as their secretariat. They're essentially the leadership group for that particular project. And we've had a number of meetings to set down our working process and start working towards our plan. Our goal is to deliver a fully costed, a feasibility plan and fully costed business proposal for the council by, I think it's December 2024, by the June of December 2024. So we've got a couple of years to get this thing done. The whānau are basically working through a wānanga and engagement process with the immediate whānau and wider Te Atiawa stakeholders, wider Te Atiawa whānau, and potentially going further to our Tokomaru relations, who are also, well, everybody was affected by what happened with the court. I guess, and it's preliminary days yet, so no discussion has been held yet as to what is going to go on the land. Initial discussions are it's really around how do you balance looking back towards a commemorative kind of space while looking forward to an aspirational space which can bring the community together. And so there's been some initial wānanga held on some of those things, noting that it's not, the development is not just for Te Atiawa, it's for the wider community and actually for the nation's place of national significance. At this stage, because I should highlight that every year, annually, Taranaki, North Taranaki Māori in particular, plus communities of the wider community, we gather at Te Kōhia to commemorate the beginning of the first shots of the Taranaki War, and then we normally then go into Waitara to have at the cenotaph there to commemorate the soldiers who were lost there as well. So it's quite it's a homegrown commemoration of both sides and what happened, and not just Taranaki, because whānau from Waikato came down to support us as well. So we recall the names of everyone who suffered in that exchange. Coming towards the actual land, the property's proposed to be zoned rural production zone under the proposed plan, and the working group has, at this stage, just the working group, so we have not yet had discussions with the council as the owner about this, but we've had some initial discussions regarding the appropriate zoning, for that. And our initial thoughts are that the Māori purpose zone might be a more appropriate one for that property, reflecting its historical significance, notwithstanding its tenure, its current tenure and current ownership. Reflecting its historical significance as well as our sort of future aspirations for the site. And we think it actually gives us a bit more flexibility, reflecting tangata whenua and council relationship on this particular piece of land. We also think it sends a clear signal to the community that these sort of types of activities will probably commence here in the future. I've been instructed to say by Sarah that I understand Te Kotahitanga might not have the scope to request the zoning of this property now. However, I'm just raising this as an opportunity for reporting.
Thank you, Dion. We had a great site visit to this place with Antoine and David and I. It was pretty special late January, I think. So, Antoine, again, kicking off, do you have any questions on this?
I think Dion might have answered my question. Was I remember reading the submissions and also just reiterating we have visited the site and we were lucky to be shown across the site and given some of the history of the site, and so certainly there's no doubt in our minds that the importance of Te Kōhia Pā to the hapu of Te Atiawa and others. And my question was really just about the scope. I didn't recall seeing that in the submissions, and I'll probably, it's a question for Sarah when she comes on, just if she could just talk us through that. Certainly what you're putting forward to certainly has merit in my mind. It's just whether we've got the scope to consider it. That's all. So perhaps not a question, but we'll hear more from Sarah.
Just clarify, could you just clarify whose name's on the title?
I'm not entirely certain. Well, the council owns it, so I presume it's the council.
If we accepted a recommendation to broaden the definition of Māori land, treaty settlement land to Māori land, as you suggested we could do, that wouldn't actually make any difference while it was in council ownership, but council could gift it to Te Atiawa, and effectively it could come within that definition, potentially, couldn't it? That assumes we don't have scope to change it, I guess, but just more me thinking out loud. But thanks for clarifying, it's not your ownership.
No.
Just on the, if I may, on the treaty settlement definition, I know I gave evidence to that. I think the officer's recommendation is to remove treaty settlement as a definition and refer to it as ancestral land. And we certainly are supportive of that because it's more encompassing, it's more enabling than a strict treaty settlement.
Just one, in the event that there's not the scope to pursue this, I just wonder whether that's not necessarily a bad thing, and that given the reasonably long process that you've outlined, Dion, and you know, won't have a business feasibility plan for another 2 years at least, whether a more sort of bespoke approach to this piece of land might be appropriate. It may be that the Murray River zone is appropriate, but also maybe that there's a more appropriate approach to this, and you know, the council has abilities to vary and change their plan over the course of its lifetime.
Oh, certainly, yeah. I mean, if it is out of scope, given the particular nature of that land, we would support anything that gives us, not just us, but the wider community as well, I guess, in partnership, the flexibility to do what is appropriate. Sure. So, while protecting.
Yeah. Thank you, Clay.
And just on that, in terms of feasibility, the planning feasibility is going to be a key part of that. So you've got the team we're looking over. It sounds like we're going to struggle to put it to America at the moment. But again, as David said, symbolically and practically, if America zone is the right place, it's part of the feasibility study. You might recommend the council to look at a private plan change, something like that, or the spoke resource consent, which would certainly be an exception that came to any commissioners in terms of the purpose you're looking to. So good luck with that project. I think it's an awesome aspiration, and look forward to visiting it one day, whatever it may be. Yeah.
I just would like to acknowledge the council, particularly the former mayor, his actual vision to actually secure it and do something for, because most people drive past that thing, that place. You wouldn't know what easy to do. Just would like to acknowledge the former mayor and the current council for its vision for what it's trying to do in partnership with us.
Thank you, Dion.
Something has been on my mind that I wanted to talk to you about, and it's a matter that Sarah raises deep in her evidence. And I think, and I was going to talk to her about it, but I think it's only fair, given something you said, Leanne, that I probably raise it with you both. It concerns the Kanga Ora submission. And in her evidence, Sarah sides with the officers in saying that the Kanga Ora proposal, which would effectively upzone a lot of land from general residential to medium density, thus enabling more housing to be developed in urban New Plymouth. Her position on that is that she supports the officer because those proposals haven't had the benefit of engagement with tangata whenua, which is true, and I think Kanga Ora acknowledged that. But to be fair, from their side, they are taking a principled approach across the country and not just focusing on land that they own, but on land generally that is suitable for more housing, with the theory being that the more you enable housing supply, the cheaper housing becomes. So with that intro, I reflect back on something you said, which was that a focus for Te Atiawa is housing, and housing of different typologies. And on its face, the Kanga Ora proposal would create a lot more opportunities for housing and potentially cheaper housing and different housing within New Plymouth. Now, I appreciate that's not entirely on land that might be owned by tangata whenua. But it does increase the range of opportunities for more people to live in the city at a cheaper price. So rather than me ambush Sarah later today and say, Liana said such and such, I think it's only fair that I put to you, because it is an issue that is playing on our mind. We have obligations under the NPS for urban development to drive housing choice and make land cheaper to purchase for housing. And there's a whole lot of levers we've got to do that. And love them or hate them, Kāinga Ora, for whatever reason, have provided us with an opportunity to expand the housing pool further beyond what the city council planners are at this stage recommending. So I want to get your views on it, because it's important to us to know where you stand.
Oh, that's a loaded question. I think it's correct to say we haven't been engaged by Kāinga Ora in terms of what their plans are for our rohe, essentially, which is unfortunate, because certainly we have aspirations for housing. And one of the things that we are trying to do, not just Te Atiawa, but as a collective of iwi, is develop a housing strategy together, so that we're doing it in a planned way, as opposed to what sometimes I feel like the Kāinga Ora approach is just an ad hoc, get in, build houses, and actually they don't get left with the legacy of those houses. And we've had plenty of developments in this, in this rohe, where we get left with legacy projects that are well-intentioned at the time, but because they've never engaged with those on the ground, and specifically with Hapu and Iwi, they're not, there's no foresight in terms of what that actually means for our people. So while we absolutely support those principles around increased supply means, increased accessibility, all of those things, actually there has to be some engagement at some point to ensure that they're not just creating these projects, that they come and develop and leave, and we're left with the legacy. Not we the global we of the New Plymouth district are left with the legacy. And the Marfell project was a classic example of that. The houses there remained, the tenants were moved out, they remained empty for years. They tried to get a development up that we weren't involved in. We were trying to build houses. We were trying to do that. We don't own whenua, we have to buy it back. And that project was done completely in isolation of us. But the majority of our people lived in that suburb. And there was no kind of consideration of the impact that would have on our people, and where they would then need to relocate themselves in our district. So I think it's, while we support the principle of increased housing for increased accessibility, you can't just ad hoc do it without any consideration for those that are going to live with those projects as legacy projects.
Well, I mean, thank you for that. I think I haven't got the numbers directly in front of me, but the development manager for Kāinga Ora said that in terms of, because they originally had virtually, they coloured the whole district medium density. They recoiled from that significantly at the hearing, and I think it went down to about only 24% of what they were originally proposing.
Figures they asked for additional 700 hectares. The reduction is down to 171 hectares of that magnitude.
And of that, I think the amount of land that was actually Kāinga Ora owned and controlled land was another fraction yet again. And even some of the land they do own, they were seeking to change the zoning law. So putting aside, I hear that as a housing developer, historically, that they have had their problems. I guess I'm
really, like, to that point, they have in the discussions that we've had, they don't have
strategy
as such. They're still in the process of developing their taranaki strategy as such.
Yeah. I'm more interested in all of the land that they don't own, that they are still proposing for upzoning, and that was a significant portion of it. And that would impact upon thousands of people in New Plymouth who would now have an opportunity to develop their land with an extra house or two and be able to provide those to the market for more housing. It's those that I'm sort of really interested in, because Sarah has also contributed very, very helpfully in the design guidelines hearing and in the residential zone provisions hearings. And if we accept the recommendations, then all of this upzoning that would apply to private landowners would only come via a process of a resource consent in which the design guidelines would be brought to bear, and there would be an obligation to consult with tangata whenua in the process of doing that. So, I mean, I appreciate that's not the front end consultation that would have been ideal, but it is something that interests us as a proposition that potentially addresses that lack of engagement by enabling individual landowners to have that ability to grow the city, but only in compliance with a design guide that tangata whenua have had input into, and potentially where it's large proposals for more than 3 houses for tangata whenua to have their expertise to be engaged.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to unpack in that whole kind of proposition. So certainly, you know, from a planning point of view, Sarah's entirely correct in terms of her assessment on what that means from a planning point of view, and from, you know, the processes that will, you know, be run through that. And while Kāinga Ora might not own a lot of those properties, if we go back to my evidence that talks about us literally essentially being landless, none of those proposals, well, not none, I won't say none because I don't actually know, but I would say there's very limited properties in those Kāinga Ora processes that will actually benefit Māori. I'm assuming that the majority of the properties that are proposed for medium density residential zoning are not owned by Māori. So those owners will benefit from that, and they will have the ability to sell land to whoever. And
including Māori.
Well, including Māori, but I guess for us, what that, you know, what is the benefit for our people in terms of that home ownership, aspiration, that re-establishing ourselves on our whenua kind of process and the legacy stuff, because, you know, we're not engaged at that front end, so it's really difficult. I get that we'll be involved in the design plans for it, but our reality and our experiences, that's a consultative process that actually we don't get to engage and heavily influence in most. I mean, our experience to date is that. Whether that will change in the future, I'm not sure, but I do struggle with the proposal to put it over a whole lot of other people's land, and I'm pretty confident the majority of that land is not owned by us. There's been no discussions with us to understand some of the property that we have available to us, you know, whether that fits within the Kāinga Ora proposals. I don't know. It's hard because I haven't seen that evidence, didn't hear that evidence, don't know what exactly the proposal is. But I think I still struggle with the fact that they're proposing it and haven't engaged with us at all, because we can't assess how many of our people it will benefit. We can't assess whether that creates a legacy project that we get left with. We can't assess whether that meets our aspirations in terms of returning our people to our own whenua. Simply, and I am not confident that in a consultative design process goes any further to addressing our aspirations.
Yeah,
hard when we don't have the evidence.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, look, I'm unfamiliar, well, I haven't read the detail. Is it a national policy? Commissioner Littlejohn?
Under the Karangaora Act, they took on an additional role other than being a state landlord and developer to also being an advocate for more housing throughout urban areas. So it's with those dual hats on that they come to us and say, we are now an advocate for more housing because the economic evidence suggests that the more housing we make available and the different types of housing, the better it enables communities to look after themselves and provide more choice. That's the basic theory. So they are, to some extent, the government's puppet, coming to us saying this is what the government wants to see. It wants more Kiwis to be able to have access to housing. And the way to do that is to enable urban areas to grow.
We support that principle. Absolutely, we support that.
I guess, yeah, I do. So like from a principle, obviously supply demand, addressing that supply demand balance on theory should bring prices down and all this. The second part of that though is access to the finance system, which is that's a bit of a and hypothetically if prices come down, then because what you've seen quite apart from supply issues over in the finance sector, there've been a lot of constraints put around who banks can, through things like the CCCFA legislation and a few other things, greater restrictions placed on lending rules around who banks can lend to. An unfortunate consequence of that is that those who might have been on the cusp of being able to get first-time finance or any kind of housing finance, are basically just there's another hurdle in front of them that drops. A lot of those people are our people as well. So hypothetically, if prices come down, it puts them more into that affordability band. So potentially that could address it.
You also have Indigenous banks like Kiwi Bank promoting these new co-own mortgage, which is something that the foreign banks shy away from. They have a view of who are appropriate lenders, who are appropriate borrowers, but at least Kiwi Bank sort of looking at a different way at that. So yeah, it means that you don't have to be in a de facto or a married relationship to be able to get a mortgage as a couple. You can, just that isn't it. I mean, because I agree there's lots of different problems along the way to sustainability and home ownership. The planning is one, I agree. Finance is another. That's another big one. And then of course you've got the building market, which is itself is a crazy space. So we've only got sort of the ability to manage one of those levers to some extent.
I think I still have a fundamental issue with kind of order.
Yeah, we get that.
But asking for that medium density without any consideration of the local nuances and while we support the principle, it's really difficult to support those kinds of submissions when they've ignored you completely. And so I think for us, it's really difficult proposition to support those kinds of submissions. From a planning point of view, I get it because you look at the planning rules, you look at how that all rolls out. But from a relationship, long-lasting.
It's interesting when I see what's happened in Auckland and because there is a housing crisis. There's a housing crisis. So you need houses. In my experience, governments aren't really well known for their considered responses to a crisis. And so you generally speaking, it's harsh, but general impression. But so you get a quick response, which inevitably leads to an unintended consequence that you hadn't thought about, because you're trying to address the immediate crisis. And there's no doubt there's a housing caused by greed, right? Not caused by poor planning or I don't know, but it's fundamentally because of greed, which has allowed this situation to happen. And so then I look at places up in Auckland now where you're getting, where my wife's parents live, surrounded by, which was once a community, now surrounded by these, I don't know if that's medium density housing, but if it is, I wouldn't want to see it here. It was just places packed in, and then the potential social consequences that come later down the track when the housing market, when you get that equilibrium coming back, when the prices that people have invested in those houses start falling because of the supply demand imbalance, which leads to ghettoization potentially in some places. So I don't know. I'm not sure what the answer is to that one.
Oh, look, I think we'll stop the discussion here. We'll get into a repurposing of capitalism, libertarian values, but we've got other people who we would really like to hear from. But look, I appreciate your candor on that. It doesn't make it any easier for us, which is not fair. But I think what I've taken away from that is, as a general proposition, yes, but Kāinga Ora have just gone about it the wrong way. Is that a proper note to take here? Okay. All right. Kapai. Many thanks.
Just one observation. We had a delegation that's about as big as this here from Kāinga Ora a couple of weeks ago, where they talked to us. They brought senior managers, they brought people from Auckland, Hamilton, and yeah, there seemed to be quite good enthusiasm about getting going and doing good things in Taranaki. I know they seem to have developed a good relationship with the planning team here. The third legal speed is make sure somehow, whether it's you reach out or through the council, there's clear working together with Kāinga Ora, because they've got a powerful piece of legislation, they've got a powerful national policy statement, they've got a real willingness to make a difference. So I think, what I'm observing down and beyond, that the council iwi relationship's been growing, and that's bearing some fruit. At that national level, I used to be a planner in government way back in the Tanaka Premier days. We used to go around the country telling people what was good for them. That was our job, and this wasn't right. So yeah, just use whatever connections you have, because I think you do have significant power and influence as iwi within this planning framework.
We should probably highlight that. So discussions with Kāinga Ora about resetting that relationship that we talked about are happening.
Yes.
But it's more at the sort of transactional individual development level, not the sort of policy level that you're talking about. And if the quality of the conversation lifted to that sort of level, and there are discussions around partnership and how we might co-develop and look towards that, because we're in the same business. Right? And what they're wanting is what we want. But it's just that, I think that taking those easy steps towards actually figuring out how we can like one another.
Okay. Thanks very much. And as Kit said, we've got some other people to talk to, so thank you very much again for your assistance. So Sarah, coming back to you, I see that Rangi and Sarah Gibson are online. Are we going to stick with the same order with Marshall next?
I think given Rangi and Sarah on, it would be good to hear from Rangi now. I know his time's really precious in Canada.
Okay.
If that's okay, Rangi.
That's okay with everyone? Yes, that's all good with everyone here, Sarah. So welcome from Canada, Rangi, and I see Sarah Gibson, you're also on the line, so here we go.
Kia ora. Tēnā tātou. So I've just hooked on, but I wasn't listening to the previous submission, so I'm just winging it again. I'm 19 hours behind you guys, so just bear with me. I'm a bit out of sync with you. I'd like to speak to Pukeweka and Mangone and Katere, and it looks like that in the right of reply to hearing 21, the council reporting officer has not supported the zoning of Mangone and Katere scenic reserve as Māori purpose zones because of the reserve classification being more stringent than the Māori purpose zone provisions. Sorry, this room thinks there's no one in it and has automatically turned the lights down.
Move around a bit.
Sorry. And we suspect that in respects to Pukeweka or Mātai Ngā Takapu, which is where the golf course that's been in the news in the last 3 or 4 days back at home, the reporting officer has recommended this will need to go through a plan change process. And we're not sure what further information is required to rezone that particular area a Māori purpose zone, but we suspect it's because the council probably wanted to go through a public process where everyone, everyone gets an opportunity to submit. I kind of have some issues with that because we think that this process is a public process already that we're in, and that the opportunity of the council wanting it to go through another process is just an opportunity to garner support, I suppose, from the public to further resist any moves towards the restoration of us to that particular land. It wasn't a public process when the Māori trustee sold some of our reserve lands there, and we have a golf course that we've talked about previously on the other side of Te Rewarewa that was sold by the Crown through the Māori trustee, which was Māori reserve lands that were put aside for us. And as it's been publicised in the papers, the council are unable to provide how they managed to get hands on this particular block of land that the other golf course is on. So, it's yet to be proven that the surrounding lands in the Ngāti Taurikura tribal domain are morally and ethically theirs to enjoy, even though they presently hold legal title. And from my perspective, the public process is just another bullshit way to maintain the status quo. One thing's for sure that, we're asking for our dues. We're asking, we're able to clearly articulate the benefits of these changes for our community. And we think that that's long overdue. We've persistently sacrificed our property rights and the well-being of our wider community for close to 200 years. And any slowing down of this transition process to restore our people to their lands is just bureaucratic stonewalling. If I pedal back to Te Rewarewa, that land is in a co-management, co-governance agreement. And I was the chair probably for about the first 4 years. And I think I ended up collapsing that particular committee because I think that probably the arrangement was aspirational for its time, and that we really weren't getting anything out of it. And so it's only really in the last couple of years that we've managed to develop a new relationship. The management of Te Rewarewa has just carried on as the council has leased it out. And it's probably a really good example of the council's position around co-management of the reserve, even though in the title of the reserve it specifically has Te Rewarewa put aside for the social, cultural and economic betterment or benefit of the descendants of Taurikura, the beneficiaries of Taurikura. So it's actually been leased out to farmers, and that money's gone back to council. So it's only in the last 2 or 3 years that we've managed to restore that committee, and I think actually the airport has been a significant contributor because one, we purchased one of the buildings from that site, and it meant that we had something physical to give life to what it might look like for us to actually be back on that land again. So, if we look at what co-management might have looked like in the past, and we're talking like 17, 18 years ago when we first entered into that arrangement, it was actually really difficult to get anything over the line because in reality, the council officers were the ones that were there day in, day out, that made decisions. And unless we were there to persistently keep an eye on things, they just went about their business. And for a number of years, that land was leased for grazing, and they didn't even collect the grazing rents off it because I think the grazer just decided not to pay, and eventually after a couple of years, I think they cancelled his lease. But all of those really unfortunate situations, anyway, from our perspective, they could have been opportunities where we grazed our own land, where we had the benefit. They didn't even seek to prosecute those particular people. So multi-purpose zones, if we look at, so we cancel, I collapsed that committee in the end because there was no money put aside for us to travel and be part of those committees, and probably for about 14, 15 years, that land just carried on being a council reserve. So at least from our perspective, multi-purpose zones, and I get that Mataina Takapu or Pukeweka is used as a golf course, and we have aspirations, and we recognise that probably within the public domain at present, we're not going to be able to get the sorts of things that we aspire for. But and part of the reason why we actually went for a 15-year lease is that we imagine that in the next 15 years, public opinion will change quite considerably, and we think that hopefully the nature of our relationship with council and their ability to dismantle, I suppose, their sense of ownership over some of those spaces that are contested will decrease, will wane. So we now have a management committee that have some really proactive people that help us seek to realise our aspirations on them. The council and the mayor have been really, really helpful. That's something quite unusual for us to enjoy, but we think that changing its zoning gives another opportunity, another level of not just protection, but I think also it gives us an opportunity to start to visualize or vision how we might use those lands to seek restoration of relationship, and that's actually quite a difficult conversation for us, because for the most part our people aren't accustomed to setting free their dreams and aspirations to be realized as something real, because there's so much red tape and statutory impediments to realizing those things.
Thank you, Rangi. Is there anything else you want to follow up on before we go to questions?
No. Question away.
Okay. Antoine, questions from you?
Hey, kia ora, Rangi. Thanks for joining us from Canada. I've read the Section 42A report and the previous submissions that you've made, and your submission this morning is really clear. So yeah, thanks for joining us and just expressing your frustration, and it's well understood. This is an interesting one because I think at the heart of it is for some of these blocks is the reserve classification. And we're just having a conversation with the leadership from Te Kotahitanga o Te Atiawa, and I'd asked the question, which you might not have been heard, was around, what's the relationship with the Department of Conservation? Because it seems that their absence, and well, I think I'd cast it as their passiveness or even their absence in these discussions and this process has been actually very unhelpful. And some of these matters could have been quite easily addressed by them, but having a view, and then two, being in the room to actually work through some of these issues. And so I feel like the council has one hand behind their back in regard to this. And I know you've called it bureaucracy and perhaps stronger words than that. But it is quite frustrating for us because we haven't got one of the major parties in the room. That said, it does seem like the council, I was reading the report to say there was a willingness to consider having a zone that would be able to meet your aspirations, but there wasn't quite enough clarity in terms of some of conflicts of some of the activities on the ground. And I currently can't see the detail of exactly what that actually is. So I suppose I'm not really asking you a question, only just to acknowledge what you've said. It's really well understood, and to say that there's an important party that's not in the room that really should be. But the council seems to me that there's a willingness to address these issues.
Yeah, I think too that I think at some stage we deserve an opportunity to sit down with council and with whatever other government departments have a stake in these take and these kaupapa, and for us to actually have a conversation, because one of the problems I suppose I have in trying to address some of these issues that we're still framed within present legislative frameworks, and I think that actually we need to have probably a larger discussion about, because I think that some of the legislation deserves to be amended, and we need to be part of what drives that. So when we have conversations at Taurikura, I tend to avoid, even though it's probably a sane thing to do, I tend to avoid looking at the parameters of some of the legal boundaries, because they just end up putting boundaries around our aspirations. Yep. And so from, I suppose, one of the primary goals that we try to do is to sit down and, at least from our community's perspective, go, okay, what does it look like if we have an ancestral model and then we're living in today? What is our aspiration for the future? And then, and if we can paint that picture, then it becomes, I think, a much more aggressive exercise to realize our aspirations. If we then go, okay, what are the problems now with legislation, and how can we partner with these agencies so that they may use their capacity and their agency to help us actually petition for change in legislation.
Yeah. Yep. Kia ora, Rangi.
Thank you. Other commissioners?
I didn't have any questions. No. Thanks for joining us, Rangi.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rangi. And I don't know whether you're working in Canada or holidaying, but enjoy your time over there. It's a beautiful place.
We've got a native arts, Indigenous arts gathering, so we're hard out with the native. Yeah, loving it.
Yeah, I see some artwork behind you on the screen. So yeah.
Yeah.
Sarah, would you like to follow up with some discussion?
Sure. Kia ora koutou, ngā mihi kia koutou I tēnei ata. Just going off the back of Rangi's evidence, as he's described, Taurikura has been excluded from realising our potential in our whenua for a long time, since 1900s. And we appreciate the recommendation through the officer's report to zone the areas of Tere Werua, Aotere and 9 to 13 Cody Place as multi-purpose zone, but just picking back up on those areas that weren't supported of Mangaone, Ka, Tere Senate Reserve and Pukiweka, and helping you to understand the context within which Taurikura has been working with the council and DOC with updated agreements. So for Mangaone, just recently it was included or supported by full council to be included in the updated Te Rewirua management agreement. So that will essentially be one piece of land. So Te Rewirua, the pa that you visited right through State Highway through up into Mangaone Scenic Reserve there. So that is a really good win for Tawhirikura, and lots of thanks has already been given to our officers within our council officers within the Te Rewirua Working Party, and obviously the Mayor and Harry Deinhoven, all of our committee members have helped push that along. So you can see there that that transition is already occurring for us to start restoring our relationship back with that whenua of Mangaone. So the Māori purpose zone will actually enable more on that area. So we feel it's a really appropriate zoning to have on Mangaone. On to Kātiri Scenic Reserve, we've got a draft community agreement with Te Papa Atawhai, which we're just refining. That will give us the ability to manage in terms of pest eradication, anything else culturally we aspire to do within Kātiri Scenic Reserve. So that should be finalised soon with Te Papa Atawhai. So we have a good relationship with our local doc office. We can, yeah, we've got some whānau within there that are helping drive things forward. So we can get small wins with our local office. It's a different story when we're talking about national. The other area of Pukiweka, which Rangi has also talked about, and he also mentioned the 15-year lease. So Ngāti Tawhirikura actually co-leasing on that lease there with Fitzroy Golf Course for 15-year term, which we'll reassess at that point. But again, that transition of partnership, co-management is happening with all three of those areas. And we consider that supporting the zoning of Māori purpose zone will just allow us to fully realise our aspirations on that whenua and help us restore our relationship with our whole, well, not our whole rohe, but these important parts of our rohe. Tēnā koutou. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Antoine?
No questions for me. Thanks, Sarah.
Same for me. Thanks, Sarah.
Yeah, Sarah, as always, we truly appreciate your advice and the many times you've appeared for us through this process, just tying all this together. Really, thank you for your participation. Thank you.
Cool. Tēnā koutou.
Thank you. Just moving on, I wonder, are people waiting for a cup of tea, or do people need to move off? Cup of tea time? Right. Well, let's take a break until 20 to 11. We'll adjourn until then. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone.
Kia ora tātou, mihana kia tātou, o te tūmai nei tēnei rā. Yungi tēnei kaupapa wakahira. My name's Annalie Marshall, and I am the kaupapa haere, CEO for Ngāti Maru Trust. And my presentation today relates to submission 533 regarding the rezoning of land at Te Kirikiringa opposite our marae Tūpoko Te Whenua. So I'm not a trustee of Tūpoko Te Whenua marae, but the marae trustees have asked me to come and speak to this and support the recommendations that have already gone through and to speak on other matters as well.
Thank you.
Require that. So just a bit of background, Ngāti Maru. We've just gone through our.
Sorry, perhaps just hand it up to Christine. So we'll just record. Yes, thank you.
So yeah, that's a letter from our marae trustees asking to speak on this matter.
Okay. Thank you.
So some background to Ngāti Maru. We've just gone through our settlement process, and that was on the 30th of March this year, and final settlement date occurred on the 31st of May, just recently. The post-settlement governance entity for Ngāti Maru is known as the Kāhui Maru Trust. Our settlement, just briefly, it includes Crown acknowledgement and apology for historical breaches, an agreed historical account, cultural redress, including the return of a number of property sites throughout the Ngāti Maru Rohe area of interest, financial redress of $30 million plus interest, and commercial redress involving the right to purchase Crown Forest license land, which is for us is Te Wera Forest, State Highway 43, and enacted that transaction as well. So it's coming back. And also other sites in the Treaty Settlements Land Bank, which includes 23 statutory acknowledgements on other properties and lands within our area, a cultural revitalisation fund of just over $1 million, and a joint management agreement to improve the health and well-being of the Waitara River with Taranaki Regional Council. We're also in the process of just starting to prepare our environmental plan. So we're a little bit fledgling in a lot of the things we're doing, but we're just starting out now. So my presentation today is to support, is in support of the proposed zoning of Te Upoko Te Whenua Marae, including Te Kirikiringa to Māori purpose zone. I understand that those recommendations have been made and we support those. Just a little brief history on our marae, Te Upoko Te Whenua, which is the specific piece of land that we're talking about that for rezoning was Te Kirikiringa, which is across the road from the marae, but is part of the marae complex, if you like. So that is the only marae for Ngāti Maru. We have a population of 3,000 registered members, and that's home base for us in Ngāti Maru. The particular land that it stands on was gifted to the iwi by one of our kuia of that day, Ngā Rongo Te Amo, and she gifted that land as to be held as a home base, a home and kāinga for her people of Ngāti Maru. So that's how we acquired that land, and since that time our marae has been established there and grown over the years. Currently, the trustees that administer the marae are also administering other pieces of land around the Tarata area, specifically this one over in Te Kirikiringa. And that's been a process where they've been the only structure that we had, the only organisation within Ngāti Maru for many years was our Marae Trust. And so they have kind of been the, I guess, the recipient and the repository of a lot of activity and responsibility within Ngāti Maru. More recently, we had the Ruranga established to carry out the settlement, and now we've got Te Kāhui Maru as the PSGE. So we're catching up and supporting. There are several other pieces of land in that wider complex. And one of them is the actual road, the track from the road up to the marae itself. And more recently, we found out that, for the last couple of years, we found out that that's in the ownership of New Plymouth District Council. We weren't aware of that. We thought it was part of the marae. And when we approached the council were also not aware that they owned it and how they came about. So it's just one of those things.
I wonder, do you have a street address that we could just look at well, if you have a road address, we can actually get it up on the screen to just have a look at that.
Oh, here we go. Yes.
Taraka Road?
Yeah. If you...
Here it is.
We'll take that.
Easy tool.
Are we reopening negotiations?
Yeah, there we go. And the marae is just down.
The grey area.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so it's that road in there.
Yes. So you can see the little road that links the actual road and the grey area.
Doesn't want to show us the aerial.
The aerial views disappeared somewhere.
Yes, there we go.
Yes.
That's the road in from.
Yeah.
Yes. The road. Yes, I see it there.
Yeah. And it goes up to the grey shaded area.
Yes.
Now, yeah, and we've had several meetings with council. We're looking at progressing the transfer of that strip of land back to the marae, and what we'd like that to be is to be rezoned Māori purposes as well. Yeah, so that's our intent. Now, we've had some discussions around how did this happen and how did the council end up with that. Our understanding is that when the bridge going across the river was established, the old bridge was handed over to a neighbour who swung a gate on it and padlocked it, which limited our access to that marae. And to be fair, that bridge was not in a safe state when that was done. So we believe that that's when council took that piece of land and provided access from the main road up to the marae. So that's.
Christine, can you click on the property? No. Yeah, that one. See it, and
Yes.
zoom in.
Yeah, the road's not part of the property. See that? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so there's some tidying up to do there, both in a planning sense and an ownership sense.
Yes,
is that-
that's right.
Yes.
And that's exactly what we're trying to achieve, is to tidy it all up. It's all part of the one, I guess if you call it a complex.
Yes.
And also the green area above that road, between the river and the road,
yes.
Which we have assumed that was part of the marae as well, also is in the ownership of council. And we'd like to transfer that back as well, because for a number of years now, our people have been using that strip to bury the whenua of their children. And so it's become quite a special place now. And yeah.
Which bit are you talking about?
between the track coming up to the marae and the river itself.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yeah, I think it's an Esplanade Reserve.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, this little one.
Yeah.
This little, is that one?
Yeah, that's it. Yes, that one. And there's trees in there, and then some of those trees where people have buried there, and the trees are grown. So,
While we've got the map there, can I ask, the block that's recommended on the other side of the road to come to multi-purpose zone, how's that accessed? Does that have an access directly from part of the road, or do you have to go further around to get up to it?
on Toitoi Road.
On Toitoi Road.
Yes. So that, yes, that's the road.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I can see that.
There's a gateway there. And,
Tiny gateway.
yeah, and there's an urupa on there as well for one of our urupa.
Thank you. That's really clear with the look at the plan. Yes.
Yes, yeah, sorry, I didn't have any visuals. But so those are our aspirations really, is to tidy all this up, and just as a point of interest, there's other lands, the domain, which is right down in the opposite end. We carry on to the top, yeah, top left hand, yeah, in the bend in the river there, that's the domain.
Yes.
So that's coming back to us in ownership and a joint management arrangement with New Plymouth District Council. So that was one of our settlement properties.
Yes, all right.
Yeah, fantastic.
There's some incredible landforms there with the way the river winds and interacts with Whenua. It's a very special place. I know we've had a look at that on our travels.
Yes, yeah. So there's the domain, which is across the river. There's the bush area. That's one of our very historical sites, Te Kere Park, and a lot of the properties around there are named after that. And also down by the cemetery, there's another bush block there which we'll be receiving back. Also, the schoolhouse and the school, Tarata School, have come back to us as well. So some significant, and that gives what we did during the negotiations was we kept coming back to the people and saying, what do you want, what do you want? And a lot of these particular sites were coming up because of connection that not just people from today, but and people past times have had with those particular lands.
So the school's still operational?
No,
No,
the school's been
closed.
closed for quite some time. But you know, there's been talk amongst the marae trustees around establishing papakainga housing and other activities there as well. There's some things like, for example, our marae is a small complex, that the meeting house is, so we need a place for when we have larger hui to be able to host people as well. So looking at sites like that to develop. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to see if there's any questions, Arnold. Antoine, did you have any questions?
Just one, Arnold. So I just take it from your presentation today, you're supportive of the recommendations the councillors officers have made in regards to the rezoning the land at 16 Toitoi Road to multi-purpose zone.
Yes.
Yes,
that's correct.
And there's some further work to do in the future in regards to what you've, I like that term, tidying up a number of different things around your takiwa.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of the, like I said, the only real entity we've had in Ngāti Maru for so many years was a marae trust, and it's really not fit for purpose for a lot of the activities that we're moving into now, and so that's why we're joining up and partnering up with you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, David.
No, I'll talk to you about it later. I have a good familiarity with Ngāti Maru ki Hauraki, and I was always interested in how we ended up with another Ngāti Maru down in Taranaki, and my source just sort of chuckled when I asked him, that was Mr. Majuri. So I was going to ask you how a little bit more of the background there, because it is a name I'm quite familiar with.
It could be a chicken and egg scenario.
That's probably why he chuckled.
However, there definitely is a relationship. Yeah, and a familial relationship between the two even. It's quite complex, but yeah, definitely.
Nice. All right. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I wonder if we can have the same offer going for the map. 50 James Street. 50 James Street. Okay, so Sarah gave me a list. This is our first time for me.
Yes.
On what to present. I'll make a question. One of the questions you asked. Introduction. My name is Michael Imataki Timu, otherwise known as Imataki Timu. I'm the current chairman of the Kohanga Trust. So a lot of things, a lot of questions were brought up back in 2019. That was when we first made contact with the council, in particular Sarah and Joe, who are present today. Honorary Wilkie, and there's one's Sen or Sean? Sean. Who came in and they actually, we told them what our situation was. It came out of, we couldn't work out why we were paying rates. There's a particular patch of land. And we have our new house on there, expansion. And we found out that the zone had cut it out. They couldn't include it. So that one does include it. No, it doesn't. You can see it. Right-hand side. On the right-hand side, you can see the house that sits outside of the boundary.
Number 53.
So that's what we're looking at changing, extending those boundaries to include it. You've got the map in front of you. There's also a little patch of land on the other side of the house. You can see a diagonal line, and on the opposite side of that diagonal line is the croquet club.
Yes.
So the Marae trustees totally support the recommendations by the officer, saying that those be inclusive in the whole entirety of the Kohanga Marae zone. My background, role, what I do. I was brought in in about 2018. My personal background is real related. I have a history in education of 35 plus years of teaching to adult students. Teaching with Te Atarangi solely, and at current time working as a senior member of our local Te Awiti that goes around secondary schools. I'll speak on our marae. It's totally unique compared to any other marae in Tarana. I was asked by a local headmaster from Inglewood Primary School if I could speak on the partnership between marae and the primary school. This was a meeting arranged by MOE, Ministry of Education, and it was a meeting that they regretted starting with Inglewood. So the first question they asked me was, so tell us about the partnership between the marae and the kāwiako. So the kāwiako is the community of learning. And I said, to speak of partnerships assumes there's an us and a them, there's only an us. And it just staggered me. But I explained, I said the uniqueness of our marae is it allows members of the kāwiako or the community of learning of the Inglewood area, which is inclusive of 5 satellite kura, it allows them to come aboard as the marae committee. But in saying that, in terms of who the marae reflects, it reflects 4 ways. I suppose the beneficiaries are seen 4 ways. In terms of mana whenua, the mana whenua are seen 2 ways. Rangiora and Puketapu. We also have another one there, the mana whenua, mana tangata, Ngāti Maru. And the last one is Ngāti Kohanga Moa. Ngāti Kohanga Moa is a term that I made up. Initially, that marae was established as a communal marae for Inglewood to cater for a need of the local community. Now, the local community, including those outside of Tauranga, a high percentage of those are time used. But there was the fundamental starting place of that marae, so we can claim it to be a multicultural marae. And that's how it was viewed. A lot of the buildings that are there were donated and brought in. Actual whare nui, whare kai, was from the local bowling club. So it catered to a need for the community first and foremost, before iwi, before hapu, and largely concentrated on that area. That had a large concentration of Ngāti Maru living there, which is why they are included in the beneficiaries, like I say, 4 ways. Puketapu, Pukerangiora, Ngāti Maru, and Ngāti Kohanga Moa. Ngāti Kohanga Moa is generally interpreted nowadays as anyone who lives or has lived in that area and associates with the marae. So the marae has established a strong relationship with the local kāwiako that I've mentioned, inclusive of their satellite schools, 5 on outside. Egmont Village, Waitoriki, Ratapiko, Kaimata, Makite Hinu, otherwise known as Moffat. And we've already established a relationship with those kura that use Kohanga Moa as their base. Hopefully so. Yes, the difficulty there is the scale of just these, this community of learning alone is hitting in the figure of 400 people. No, there's no way that a house is going to cater for 400. I've seen maps of the previous trustees that had intention. So you see the house that falls outside of the zone, and there's a gap between that and the current existing marae. The intention from those people of that time was to fill that out, to extend that building towards that one that sits on the outside as a wharekai. Now, if that was to happen, that will be more than sufficient to meet the aspirations of our Kohanga Moa marae, those that use it. Also inclusive within that area is a kohanga. So in terms of the growth of the kohanga and the marae, the kohanga was there prior to the marae being established. The name of that kohanga is Rangiora. It was largely operated by one of our Kui Lucy, at the time, who played an important role. Wasn't too popular. Some people found her to be harsh, but in reality, she played an important role. That she was the mainstay for that time, and she held everything in place until we were in a position to act upon it. She doesn't teach anymore, but she's still on hand as a complementary trustee, complementary queer, that area. aspirations. I guess our aspirations is first and foremost being able to cater to our local community. We do acknowledge the mana whenua in saying that, but we didn't get into the debates. That's another issue. Being Puketapu and Rangiora, we didn't actually say yes or no to either or either. We just said yes to both. It wasn't our place to actually say no, this is Rangiora, no, this is Puketapu. So we were inclusive of both. They didn't see it as a contestable point. Options always there for the use of either iwi, either iwi that I've mentioned, inclusive of Ngāti Māori. And it extends to the community and the different communities within the community. So an example of that is if you go into the wharenui, you look at some of the patterns on the wall, and you don't actually see a tino rangatiratanga flag in there. You see a Welsh flag, you see a Polish flag. The community has a big Polish history. And it reflects the people who built that marae were part and parcel of building, and it was more than just Māori, it was also inclusive of non-Māori who played a big part because they've seen a need cater to the local community in particular, but also to cater out wider. So the trustees and the Marae Committee are totally in support of findings of our reporting officer that is illustrated on the maps be included in the Marae zone, include all buildings, all areas collectively be held within the one boundary, rather than spreading out or excluding. So, wharenui, the new house at present isn't used. We've been blessed with the PGF having gone through, and we used it to strengthen up the existing part of the marae. We didn't concentrate on that particular house because it sat outside of our zone. And that was the only reason. The intention was in future to include it into the big design, but we were happy to secure what we already had existing. And that was always our priority one before we extend on to that particular house to expand our capabilities. At current, since we weren't using the house, we have people in there from the Taranaki medieval society that use that. And the reason that we put them in there, or put people in there, is because we had a spike of vandalism happening that affected that particular house and our kohanga. So we have people in there that were quite happy as is. We had a good relationship, and we explained to them we'll review yearly, but at present, that time when they first came in, we could not see us moving to that building in 3 years, so we gave them that sort of option that they can occupy the building, make use of it for the 3 years, and since I've been there, there's been no vandalism. I guess looking in the window and seeing a big broadsword hanging up on the wall does it to people. Makes them second guess, or maybe we shouldn't be here. But it's a good partnership that works for us. That allows us the time until we're at a stage when we can actually progress on to that. The next door is a patch of land too. and we view that in a few different ways. One of them is parking, possibility of parking. The other one was community garden. The current one that's sitting on the table though is a possibility of the kohanga possibly moving, they have secured funds to be able to build a kohanga. And with our currently, it's probably small. Probably, yeah, it is too small. So they've got two choices. One is they can extend on the existing or within the perimeters of what we're allowed to do on the upper patch. It's definitely an idea that we would look into to keep them there and to keep them close. It's the kohanga's wish that they stay connected. It's in their best interest, and we totally support that. We understand that, and we have a good working relationship with the kohanga. We're building on the relationship with the school next door, which is in the yellow above, St. Patrick's. But they're all part and parcel of the kawiaku, te kawiaku, o kohanga mo, which we have a very close relationship, like I said. To talk about a partnership, implies there's an us and a them, there's only an us. And that's due to having 4 kahui ako members on our marae committee. When I say on our marae committee, I don't mean that there's a checkbox. They're actually there physically doing the work. They're doing the role. So this role that I'm doing should have been presented by the one who's been the big, one who's actually done all the footwork, all the work, Karen Patterson, who's the principal of Englewood Primary. And they've come down with a bout of sickness and staff shortages, so she's actually on the floor. But in saying that, we have a good understanding amongst us, and that those that can progress, the needs of the marae will progress. So it wasn't no problem to say that, yep, I'm prepared to come in. I had every intention of coming in regardless, to make sure that that our dreams and aspirations are realised, and to put a face to this particular case, rather than just another number on the book. To know that this is what you're making a decision on. This is where we're looking at going, and our direction of heading, and this is where we've been, and this is where we are now.
I think your last comment is exactly right. For us, seeing someone face to face, and just listening to Oiro about the reasons why this is so special to you and the community, it makes a massive difference to our decision making. So it's awesome that you've come along, and if you could pass on our regards to Karen Patterson.
I'll do better. I'll take a photo and I'll stick it on our private page.
I love the selfie.
Yes, so it's a great story. We'll do this with your future endeavours, and I'm glad to see that you can come to support the council's recommendation. Antoine, did you have any particular questions?
No, I didn't have any questions, thank you.
No, I'm happy. I just have one question. The term that you use, is it Mo Maori? You said that it's a term that you invented.
Oh.
Ngāti kohanga
I'll
moa.
speak on that. Ngāti kohanga moa. So we've got an auntie in Pukerangi Ora. And got a moko, and the moko goes to the auntie. Do we whakapapa te ngāti kohanga moa? So that moko actually seen it as an actual, we'd actually consider that too, I guess, to actually register as a iwi. But if we were to register as a iwi, we wouldn't have any land interest, waive that. But just to be recognised as a ngāti kohanga moa. The kohanga moa is the word that's accepted for England.
Okay, thank you.
So more, it's actually on the more block, land block. Kohanga is a nest.
Yes.
So it's where people live on.
More district.
The Moore district, yeah. But the Moore district has a long, goes as far south. So to narrow it down to just think, there was a term that was cool. So to put a Ngāti in front of it, the Inglewoodians, I guess. As a free translation.
Oh, thank you for indulging that question.
Hey, no problem.
I've known whānau around England, Spurtle family.
Yes.
Yes, so, quite close to my mum's side.
And like I said, inclusive of all those different cultures of that area. And it's inclusive of the Spurtles as well, no doubt. So, because it's a real heartlifting thing when we have these 5 satellite schools coming together as one, as a collective kahui, and they view this marae as theirs, and rightfully so. Well, one of these 2 of them that also claim Kiripoko, Ngāti Māori, that fit inside their boundaries.
Lovely.
Thank you very much.
On another point, it's quite ironic actually, the karakia that I used. So it was there was two particular ones. First one was the new year. So happy new year, everybody. It's a time when we acknowledge those that have passed on, but also the new growth. And we have a saying, so when all that, I suppose, negativity goes past and we go into a place where we can all in a better place. And it's like the of this area is that we all get in a place that's more suitable for us collectively. And the second part of the karakia was speaking of the kohia. So Tarangi Tāki came in here to a meeting, he came into a meeting, and he did this particular karakia. And it was a karakia o Urungo, so it was a karakia to bring peace. So although he didn't obtain it at that time, the idea is that the theory of why he came in still exists today, which is why that was included. And it was quite ironic that Leon and Liana spoke in that direction, give it relevance, and to highlight our connections, what I said, Ngāti Māori, and that's our claim. It comes from those 4 areas. Really cover it.
Honourable White is going to talk to us. Thank you, Honourable.
Ka pato tahi tina te mihi kia koutou tira, tina koutou ko nā koe ka kōrana tina kaupapa o tira, tina tātou. Kia ora, Honourable White presented before, but just want to make sure that everyone's clear that I'm presenting for Manukura Ipa Reserve Trust. And my evidence today, what I want to talk to today follows on from my submission in hearing 21, and that in particular focus on our aspirations as a trust, as a marae, as whānau, as iwi hapu, and following on from what Rumatiki just said, the nature of the Manukura Ipa Reserve Trust, or marae, is that it is a collective. It's important marae for Te Atiawa Nui Tonu, so for Ngā Hapu o Te Atiawa, but also the iwi of Te Atiawa Nui Tonu, which includes Ngāti Maru, Ngāti Mutunga, Te Atiawa, of course, as well, and Ngāti Tama. So we have those real close connections that Rumatiki's eloquently put in as well, and obviously it's good to hear Anaru talking about Ngāti Maru as well, because we're all connected and in this together as well. But in particular, just on the next page here, just with the slides, just recapping about the aspirations I talked about last time for us as a trust, for whānau, and that comes back to education, so for our community, for our whānau as well. Looking at the community as a whole, so for our whānau, hapu iwi, supporting them, supporting the wider community as well, in terms of a place for them to go to be connected, to stay connected, to learn about things, but also it's a civil defence post as well that the council, that will work alongside the council for there as well. A place to learn and advance the reo Māori. Obviously within the PA, the reserve itself is Ōwai Marae, which you can see there as well. So it's looking after the whare, maintaining the whare, the buildings, the grounds as well. Obviously, importance here of the well-being and supporting our kaumātua as well. And probably everything that we aspire to is around manaakitanga. So looking after manuhiri, our own whānau as well, supporting them and their aspirations as well. So just a bit of background of how the Manukōrehi block or the Manukōrehi Pā Reserve came to be. And it's probably really eminent to follow it on from the quarter that Dion and to an extent Liana talked about as well. So Manukōrehi Pā, Waitara was and still is a huge pā that obviously fortified, protected, supported our people as well. And over the history and a number of events led to a lot of confiscation. So there was alleged purchase of the New Zealand company in the 1840s. Notable paramount rangatira, Chief Muramu Kingi Te Rangitaki returned to Taranaki. So he was down Wellington area. He returned, even though he wasn't in Waitara at the time, he never, or our tupuna, never gave up ahika, all those rights to those lands. He could see what was happening with the land, so he came back and saw that and said, "We don't want to sell any more land. You need to talk to us as a collective." And he was really instrumental in what I'm going to talk about today as well. And then following on from that, there was a lot of things introduced by the Crown in terms of purchasing property so that settlers come and obviously settle. And then those decisions, those interactions, those events led to outbreak of war. And in 1860, a proclamation was made that there's going to be active military operations. And the Queen forces were going to take up arms against natives for their sovereignty. And the 1860s are important dates because Dion said about the Kohia in 1860 in March, 17th, 18th March, 1860 was when the first shots were fired at the Kohia Pā and led to the Taranaki Wars. And from there, there's a number of, I suppose I don't want to call them outcomes because outcomes are trying to be positive, but there was a number of events that happened and a number of acts came into place. And one of them just want to touch on was the New Zealand Settlements Act. And just in particular there was around the confiscation of land against Māori, against iwi, against hapu, against whānau, or as they say, against natives who rebelled against the authority of the Queen. And that had a huge impact on us as well. So in terms of the land that we've traditionally owned, our whenua, and therefore you think about Manukōrehi Pā, a lot of the other whenua that we talked about, that confiscation started to happen. And from there, it led into what we call the raupatu, or the confiscation. So just quickly looking over this one here, was Middle Taranaki was set aside as a confiscation district, and there were two further confiscation districts, one being Ngāti Awa and the second one being Ngāti Ruanui. And both those coasts was eligible sites for settlements. And the poignant thing about the Ngāti Awa coast was all that was set aside. All that included the whole rohi of Te Atiawa, and that was set aside for settlements, i.e. confiscation and settlement as well. And you can see this there, so that's pretty much what it is summed up there. So the Ngāti Awa coast was an eligible site that was took in the entire rohi of Te Atiawa, and from there, the New Zealand Settlements Act was set up to compensate some of those lands which was confiscated by the Crown. And that act enabled or led to the formation of a land block or reserve called the Manukōrehi Block. And getting into the little history about the Manukōrehi Block and then into the Pā Reserve itself. So that was set aside as Crown ground. There was a lot of key dates there. So 1926, Manukōrehi A2 was set aside. And a big part of why it was set aside was that it was for common use of the landowners, for whānau, as a place of historical interest and a meeting place as well. So big thing there that whānau wanted to do in terms of setting aside this land block was because our tupuna were getting alienated, were getting marginalised because of the confiscation. They didn't have that relationship with their whenua. A lot of the land, including the Manakore pā, was getting confiscated or was confiscated or being sold privately as well. So as part of that whānau, tūpuna could see that they're losing the ability for whānau to be able to gather, to be able to connect and carry on those aspirations that we even do today. And then from there, just that little point at their part is that, again, 1931, the Māori Purposes Act, and then the Manakore pā was deemed to be available here. And that's a big thing that Ruma Tiki talked about in terms of Kohanga Moa, but also for Manakore pā, for Owai Marae, that it's been set aside as a Māori reservation to be a meeting place or a common place for the use of Ātiawa. So for us as Ātiawa Nui Tonu, for iwi hapu whānau, including the beneficiary owners of the said land as well. And there's quite a few nuances around that as well, because in terms of the whānau, the tūpuna who acted a lot of this and wanted to set aside this land block, there was a series of trustees that were set up. And it's interesting because how the trust is formed now is really still backed up upon the interactions that happen here. So these 5 tūpuna were put in as original trustees in 1931. And we're there to obviously do what we as trustees now are still carrying on from their as well. And from there, over the years, from the 30s, there was a lot of interactions, a lot of other additions, replacements in terms of how the block was managed, the block was administrated, and then to probably the last thing in 2005, where we have the current setup of the trust, which has 6 beneficial landowners. So there's land blocks up there. So each of the land blocks has a beneficial landowner trustee who are responsible for the whānau of that land block. And then there are 6 seats for different hapu of Te Ātiawa, being Manakore, Ngāti Rahiri, Ngāti Taputi, Otarawa, Pukirangiora, and Pukitapu. I come in as a Pukirangiora seat, so I'll be here presenting on behalf of Pukirangiora hapu, so I come in on that seat as well. Such as the nature, I could also come in some of the beneficial landowner seats, some of the hapu seats as well. So that collective here, and that what I'm illustrating there is how confiscation, a lot of events have impacted us, being deemed to be rebels, has further marginalised us from our land and what we wanted to do, to aspire, to look after, to care, to connect, and do what we want to do up in the marae, which leads tight nicely into the marae purpose zone and what we want to do as well. So the next part looks at just a map of the pā itself. So one reason why I want to put this up as well, so up the top there in the dark shaded parts are the land reserve part as well. But the map shows that despite all that, despite us having a trust in place, in the 1960 or 1968, there was land set aside for a school, which is Manakore Intermediates. Now, when I say land set aside, that's me being very polite, but it was taken because of public works. So despite everything that we put in place, despite us getting the land and putting a trust in place, we were still experienced confiscation in the 1960s. It was set aside from there as well. So that whole block there was the pā itself. It included 3 marae, but now 3 marae, yes, there, but it's only really talked about 1 marae being Owai Marae as well. So that just highlights what's happened up at Manakore pā and how the formation of Manakore pā Reserve came to be, and ties in with our aspirations that even our tūpuna had to set aside a place where we always had, a place where we always went to connect, to be whānau, to protect ourselves some more as well, and then still having to work with the system of confiscation to fight for land so we can continue to be our aspirations. And even today, when I talk about those aspirations, here in 21, when I talk about those aspirations further, we're still looking for those opportunities, and why we see this zoning being important for us to enable. It's an enabling zone for us, we see, so we can carry on to do things we want to do out in the marae. We're doing a lot of maintenance work. We're doing a new wharikai build at the moment, which I showed you last time as well. But also, it's also poignant to highlight the nuances of having a land block or that's related to whānau. When there's several whānau involved, or several landowners, or several whānau who are on that land block, and being able to communicate with them, the pros and cons, in this case, for us, their neighbours there, for this block as well. But it's just important for us because, you know, we as trustees have importance here to communicate to our whānau, to communicate to our community as well, and look at these opportunities to further advance those aspirations for our whānau as well. So that's happy to take any questions or clarifications.
Thank you. I'm fascinated by the school.
Yeah.
The intermediate school, a great friend of mine went to school there. His father was the headmaster, I think, in the 70s. And he talked to me about the school and how there was areas of the school playground that were carpeted and where they were told to go playing. That was only in the 60s that land was taken. And it's such a big part of the block. It's incredible. So they were just Public Works Act taken.
And I think probably just a few weeks ago, I was up there with some council officers just looking at another project, the restoration of the awa, or the stream going through the Tangaroa. And I was there with a cousin, and they said, "Oh, can we go there?" And she said, "No, you don't go there." And there was just no partai, no questions, and they just understood. And we know why, because of there's corridor around why you don't go there. And it's interesting because I've talked to whānau, and I know, you know, behind me there's probably some corridor around that side as well. And you've heard some as well that they don't go there because of the importance, because of the history there, and why you don't go there. Yeah, it is a wāhi tapu site for us.
So is the land, the whenua, owned by you and leased to the education board now, or is that?
No, we don't know.
Because a lot of settlements that actually happen where the land is returned and all of a sudden the hapu's the landlord, which can help quite a bit with.
And in the Te Atiawa settlement and some other settlements, there's some land blocks coming back or schools coming back where the land is owned by the iwi, or the land can be purchased by the iwi, and it's leased by the Ministry of Education. Manukuri was,
Okay.
as far as I'm concerned.
But you know, with the SASM chapters and everything, we've seen what a complex area that is.
It is a complex area, and we've had a discussion as a trust, and then there's an ongoing discussion with the whānau, the beneficial landowners as well, because what do we want to zone, and then what other mechanisms we can use in terms of, you know, perhaps putting in the whole extent of the power as well from there, which hasn't, another ongoing discussion. So it's a complex thing, as you know, you can understand with you know, Kuala Lumpur, with the iwi hapu's involved there as well, but Manukuri is the same as well. It's a really, you know, despite all that, it's in the history has made it a hotspot in terms of a place where Te Atiawa gather and into the huge kaupapa will be as well.
Antoine, just questions from you?
No questions for me, thank you.
Kia ora, Honor. Thanks for that. So just looking at the zoning maps.
Yes.
And thank you for explaining what happened to the bottom of the reserve.
Yes.
Crown took it back again. There's a couple of parcels adjacent to the area that's zoned for multi-purpose zone that appear to be part of the original block there. There's the three sort of elongated pieces. Can I show you? Just looking at the zoning.
Yeah, I was wondering if we could bring it up.
Yeah.
Maps are good.
This piece here is zoned,
Yes.
this piece here, these three here, and a portion over here, which are out, because this is the line effectively where the school was taken. They're zoned for general residential. Are they still in Manukuri ownership?
No. So the one at the top there is owned. It's the Morahu household homestead. So they're actually one of the whānau members of this. She's a trustee, but but that land block or that land parcel is separate from the Manukuri Par Reserve lands. Yes, as such as the nuances, it's hard because the whānau, she's a trustee on one of the land blocks, but not that land block there as well. So yeah, it's an interesting quarter there that, you know, their entrance comes through the main entrance of the par, to the marae, and they turn, you know, they turn left, you go straight around the back of the kohanga, the marai's on the right there, you know, and they've sort of got that shared there. So it's good that you highlight there. Down the side where North Street, that other one is there on the middle kind of left there. There's a house down there, there's a whare down there. I believe, and I'm not too sure how that got into council ownership, so I'll probably just leave it there.
Okay. And the 3 other parcels on the other side? 3 sort of elongated, is that what you're talking about there?
No, the ones on the left, the 3 elongated on the right-hand side as I look at it from here. They are beneficial land seats, blocks as well.
Okay.
Yes, so yeah.
So what, there's quite, on the aerial, we're showing quite a large building. Is that a house there or is there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So there's a house on that block on the North Street boundary. Down the, yeah, and I was going to say on the flat because you know, it'd be great to be there. It's on the flat, so on the road itself, and then up the bank because it's a fortified part at one stage. There's another homestead on there, which is part of the reserve. So that's a whānau homestead. That's part of the reserve, but that line is shaded with the diagonals there. That's not part of the reserve as such.
There's one other question, and I've been too shy or embarrassed to ask it for quite a while. Well, it's only because you presented it to me in by reference to the law. And I mean, it's funny. We, you know, that's a language I know, and being reminded of those very early acts sort of brought it home to me somewhat. I mean, I grew up in New Plymouth, and I must say it's been quite confronting to me coming back here and listening to this kōrero, and it's been quite a personal journey. And I think I've said that to Rangi a couple of times and to Sarah. It's one thing for the Crown to pass an act and confiscate, but I don't really have a sense of what that meant on the ground. What happened? I mean, because presumably these lands were vacant. What was the process of eviction? Because presumably confiscation begets eviction, doesn't it?
Exactly. Yeah. So, and I think I'll probably, you know, I'm here to talk about Manukuri Par Reserve. I kind of relate back to the kōrero that's been passed down me through Whakapapa, and pretty much it was the alienation. They were taken away from their whenua and given a block in the middle of nowhere that say you're going to be put there as well. And, you know, it's kind of related to a lot of the iwi hapu in here as well. It was just pure eviction. You're not going to be there. You're kind of kicked off your land.
So and it's the Crown turned up with soldiers and said, right, you're off now.
Off your land, you're gone. And it's interesting because we're still having those kind of kōrero now with developers, and this whole process has been really interesting to talk about that. And you know, you've had that kind of personal reflection. I'm kind of thinking, well, this is just context to that kōrero, that, you know, Auntie Kura, that Ruma Tiki that everyone else has said to me, because, you know, why, you know, I talk about how come we're over there? Why are they there? Why are all the hapu there? Why is Ngāti Maru there too? Because they were alienated, they were kicked off their lands, and they were landless. You know, and I think that's a huge kōrero that Ngāti Maru just talked about. Our settlement was that they're left landless. You know, look at Pukeara Ora Hapu now. You know, we're landless in terms of that. You know, we don't own any whenua. You know, we don't own any whenua. And then you've got that huge extent of the pa there, Manukuri pa, where they get their, you know, get their name from, and talks about their history. And it's just been marginalised, confiscated to this block here, and still having to, you know, talk about, hey, we want to aspire to do these things on our land. But yeah.
Thanks for asking that.
Yeah.
I think it's reflective of, you know, 1960s. You know, it's my lifetime. I was born in 1960, and the fact that the kid said, obviously, it's not just taking the land; it's the consequences of what physically happened for people. It's incredible, and you know, I'm really appreciative of the way everyone's come to share these with us, these issues, these stories, and also very appreciative of the council staff for, you know, having ears open and seemingly to be really keen to work on these issues. So, as I said before, there's a bit of tidying up. There's a lot more than that as well. There's some really significant things for the future as well in terms of planning.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. There's a lot of tidying up. There's a lot of tidying up for us to do as well. And you know, I think the big part of this process and the zoning is about enabling us as well. It's interesting because we just want to do our aspirations. We just want to support our whānau, those things that we've always wanted to do. And here we are still talking about it and wanting to do it now. So, you know, I appreciate it. You know, I feel personally that I'm comfortable enough to share these stories because sometimes I'm a bit, you know, what's going to happen with these stories, what's going to happen with this corridor. But, you know, talk to the hapu, talk to whānau, talk to the marae. Hey, this is, you know, this is an opportunity for us.
I think it's well known that we were quite keen to have a part of the hearing on.
Yes.
And we tried our very best, and we had one in terms of making it, but COVID and things intervened. But I do think Julie is working on some way we can come to OY perhaps, and just maybe finish off our process with that sort of respect, which I think we definitely got on our plans.
And I know Oi Kairo, we were going to have one of the hearings with it as well. I know the invitation is always open because even now, you know, I talk about there and we can look at maps and look at the satellite images, but to be there, I was kind of saying, oh, you know, on the road flat, like, you know, I pass it every day, but you know, there's one thing being there on site, as you know, with your site visits around the Motu, around the Rohi as well, and going up to Pukenāiora itself, it's kind of, you know, it's one thing to sit here and talk and look at things, but to be there, it's totally different. So the invitation's open, so yeah.
Well, know Julie's working on something in that regard, so we'll make sure we follow it through. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Anna, are you happy for these slides to go on public record?
Yes, please.
Okay, good. We'd like a copy too.
Thank you.
Cool.
Okay. Sarah, you're leading the planners. Well, I think Anna, you're a planner as well, aren't you?
No. I've just been very well guided by the Tiatiawa office. My friend online there, so
looking better already.
Making it until, you know, kind of thing. But she got it off the line.
Thank you, Sarah.
Tēnā koutou. I saw that Tane and Mari and Keith are in the room as well, so I wondered if you wanted them to be heard first, and then Maria and I can be heard together, if you'd prefer, and if the whānau are happy with that anyway, that are in the room.
Okay. So, Tane or Keith, would you want to? Yeah. Let's start with Keith. Thank you, Sarah.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, kia ora whānau, and wherever whānau are up there. Bit disappointing that Mrs. Marsh couldn't stay online with us. Chris has helped me out throughout this process, being supportive all the way through. She couldn't stay online at this particular time.
She out on field, is she?
No, she's at home, but she's got other matters. It's good to see you all face to face again, and welcome back to New Plymouth. I came up from Wellington the other day and I heard the old saying, you can't beat Wellington on a good day. I drove to work this morning and looked at our mountain and no one can tell me that we haven't got it better than that. I think everyone has looked at it now on the way to work this morning. Mr. Chairman, I see I'm down for 30 minutes. I asked for 5. I have to pad out my presentation.
It's not a target.
As I mentioned in my presentation, I think in this instance, council have got it right on this particular matter. And they are to be congratulated on the multi-purpose zone. That's the first time I've had to say that throughout these hearings, in all sincerity. They've involved us in this matter. They've listened to our suggestions. And by their actions, they've helped us achieve a major aspiration, and that is to get our lands into multi-purpose zone. So I thank you, council, and Joe, in particular you, unreservedly. Thank you very, very much for what you've done. We fully support the Section 42A report as it affects our Hapu Reserve lands, and we respectfully ask that you as commissioners endorse council's recommendations. And that's it, Mr. Chairman. That's my 5 minutes. I've got 25 minutes left for your questions. Thank you very, very much for listening to us today, and kia ora again, whānau. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Keith. You've been a real feature of these hearings in terms of your experience and your knowledge and the way you presented things very frankly. So that certainly, I'm sure, means a lot. So thank you for that. I think it's important to acknowledge participation even when you're agreeing with the staff, because quite often people just don't make the effort to follow through. So I think that's certainly part of things in terms of Māori and how you like to interact, which I think is fantastic. And we respect you for coming and just saying that support.
That's what it's about.
Antoine, do you have any questions for Keith after his I think 1.5 minute discussion?
His lengthy presentation.
I have to say, I did see 30 minutes, and based on previous presentations of Mr. Hoswich, I was expecting a tirade today, but so I was quite interested to receive the 30 minutes of presentation, and as it's turned out, it was 3.5 minutes. So I'm not going to delay Mr. Holswich any further and say thanks very much for the presentation, and also to endorse the chair's comments regards when the Section 42A report recommendations are supported by tangata whenua have turned up to say that they agree with those. That's really important. So again, thank you, Mr. Holswich, and we look forward to, we won't be seeing you again perhaps, or maybe in the wrap-up hearing we might see you. If we don't, thank you very much for your attendance at all the hearings.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, thanks, Keith. I was really grateful for the photographs. Actually, they sort of make what is otherwise a two-dimensional exercise on a laptop screen quite real. So I was very pleased to see those and get a sense of these wild places that you lived.
The big one for us is the 3E block on page 6 of my presentation.
And spectacular.
And that's the area that we wish to set aside as our marae. That's our aspiration. And so that's online at this stage.
The one I'm interested in is the part Ngāti Rahiri 4 block, the roadway.
Yes.
Which seems it is clearly a very peculiar parcel of land. And I'm just trying to bring it up on the screen. What's it? What's the background to that? Is it?
That was put in specifically for the Urupa. All the other land blocks have access off the main highway.
Yes.
And that was specifically put in to access the Urupa further down the line. Since then, there has been further subdivisions and other people have used that roadway.
Okay, so does it
60 links wide, 12.07 wide. So it's
12 meters wide.
Yes, 12.
And does it still provide access to the Urupa?
Yes, it is. You can drive down there and jump over a couple of fences and access the Urupa.
Is there a legal connection between the end of the roadway and the Urupa?
Undefined.
Okay.
An undefined easement over the underlying land that allows you basically go anywhere. At the moment, we've got a very good relationship with the farmer. It's easier for us to come through his property to get to that Uru farm, so, but we can just jump over the fence if necessary.
All right, that clarifies that. But yeah, thanks. Thanks again.
The whole list, you're talking about tapu or
Yes, that's correct.
and there is a disconnect legally, isn't there, between the roadway and
Correct, an undefined easement which allows us to go across it.
what is, I don't want to rock the boat, but just sort of a little bit confused as to how the Maori purpose zone will actually achieve an access outcome that you might achieve through another mechanism.
I think the Maori purpose zone that we sought was basically for the bigger land blocks. So that was for the 1A, Waipapa, the 3E blocks and the other two. Council in their wisdom included all of our land. So we just accepted that. We're not going to argue with that.
No, I'm thinking more of just the roadway itself.
It's the roadway and the 4Y block are together on the same time.
Yeah, I see that.
So if one becomes Maori purpose, it's simple to make them both Maori purpose. Yep. I don't think there'll be any development there. Perhaps down the end of the road, some sort of little house or something.
Yeah, highly unlikely.
Yeah, highly unlikely.
Is the roadway title unencumbered? So
yes.
So does anyone else have a right to drive over it?
Oh yes, the neighbours have got a right to.
Oh, okay.
Because it is a roadway.
Yeah.
Basically, anyone can use it.
All right.
It's not legal road; it's a roadway.
Okay.
There's a slight difference.
Yeah, there is a bit of difference actually. Okay, that's useful.
Thank you, Pete. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Council. Well, I just want to ring you, but-
Ngā nei ngā reo ngā raura tira mānei rā te mihi kia koutou. I nei wā, ko tāne manu tōku ingoa, ko Māori tō Uri tēnei. Engari, ai, yeah, just a big mihi to you all. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. I take our submission is read, and hopefully you're not going to have too many hairy questions, but I just needed to, by Christine, I'm sorry, I accidentally pushed the email too fast before I wrote you a message, so I was just wondering if you were able to potentially bring up some of those pictures that I've just emailed you.
These pictures? No, not the ones in Maria's.
Do. And yeah, I just really want to welcome my cousin back to the seat next to me. You might remember us both submitting in hearing 5, potentially on the same subject. We just want to really start with those significant spaces that are significant in ngā manga whaere on our maunga. And I might just get my whanaunga here to talk to these spaces. She's the tōhunga.
Kia ora koutou, my name is Mary and I'm back to speak to this last moment about evidence. Is it D? I can't say. I think about Pukeiti.
Right.
Yeah, so it's to
The rural reason.
the rural rezoning and our well, we don't want that to happen for Pukeiti, because if you haven't, there's another picture up there of Pukeiti in relation to Maunga Taranaki and the Kaitaki.
I've just loaded them as I've received.
Oh, yeah, I'll just start by talking about, as you know, my first evidence that I'm here because I just want to talk about our Māori worldview of the Taiao. I've worked in the vicinity of Puketi for the last 2 to 3 years, and the first year it was on a daily basis in the kaitake. So the kaitake joins Puketi and then Maunga Taranaki here. That was in doing pest control for TMP and DOC, installing cameras, had the privilege of releasing kiwi, and basically spending every day in the bush. And for us as Māori, in our wakapapa, the ngahere is our tuakana and we are the taina. So that's like my elder cousin and younger than me. That's right. But we have a responsibility as kaitiaki to do the best that we can for our tuakana. And my concern in changing the zoning, the intent for TRC is not the same as our intent, and that basically lifts the door, opens the door on some of the behaviour that we saw, and we spent a couple of years with MPDC at the table talking about the Kaitaki Trail, which began at Puketi, which is with TRC, and then you move through to the Kaitaki, which is then in the MPDC. And we had these really different relationship with MPDC to TRC. We were at the table every month with MPDC sharing our concerns, but TRC just was late to the table. They were not really interested in talking to us. And then when we did meet, they produced this picture of that monstrosity called a bridge. I think you have it there. Yeah, and so it was a real huge concern for us that our like that was the idea of being good kaitiaki, and some of the comments were that we would be able to share an experience and look over the ngaere, and we did talk about our view as the taina, that we didn't need to be above the ngahere, that our place was below it, and that didn't meet our values of how we would be good kaitiaki up there. And I'm just concerned that if that changes, we don't have anything, we don't have a leg to stand on and putting our values across as to how that ngahere is protected. And if you can see on the map, there's no difference apart from the lines. When you're in that bush, you can't tell that you're in the TRC bush. You know, there is no difference. It's incredible up there. Unfortunately, I don't have some photos to share, but I was up there on 7th and I couldn't tell how many tui were around me. It was that loud. The kohe is in flower and the ground's covered in kohe flowers, and it's an incredible place. And as you know, also we, I think in the evidence talks of some of our sites in there that are really important to us. And basically, I don't really know what more we can say, but we haven't been fairly, I don't like the word consulted, but we haven't been considered as Tiriti partners in TRC's previous dealings. And so why would we as Ngā Mahanga Taire have confidence if the zoning changed that they would then want to consider our values when they would go to do something up at Puketi?
So just on that note there, just hearing 5, we supported the opening of that space, but we considered that there was an SNA in place and an outstanding land feature. We supported that, knowing that those mechanisms were still in place. Now, TRC wanted to remove those mechanisms. So we're removing our support to rezone Puketi. And some of those reasons actually relate to our relationships and our extended tupuna that are there. Te ringa anu, pioke, patuha, kaitake, Puketi, Oakai. These are all our tupuna names, and these are all our mountains. Once you take away one of our tupuna, we don't really have a family of tupuna. And once we remove those, everything significant to us, it's going to be hard for us to find a place there. Some of the things I'm working on at the moment, like Mari was saying, is the kiwi. A hapu have been working side by side with the community, with those 10,000 traps in place. We work closely with the schools to educate our tamariki on what's significant to ngā manga tairi. We go up there and we release kiwi, knowing that our goal is to enhance the mauri and ecology of our tupuna manga and those spaces. Unfortunately, we come across these particular, I'll say, behaviours. I'm personally extremely disappointed to be submitting today. And basically, we're removing our support for this rezoning for that purpose.
What's your best way to remember?
Hane, you, I think the law is that I think you can withdraw submissions at any time up until you make decisions. So are you saying that you, either through orally or in a written sense, are you withdrawing those submissions from the process?
We, I can't remember what number it is.
Before you put them on the spot like that, can I just explore this, because I've read your evidence at the moment is withdrawing that support for the change to an open space zone on the assumption that we accept the council staff recommendations that Pukea did not have an SNA over it and not have an outstanding landscape over it. I think there might be some legal issues about the latter one in terms of scope, but there's no legal issues in respect of the SNA. So it's within our remit to take the view that all of Yeti, despite what Regional Council suggests and their biodiversity management plan, that it ought to be SNA and all of the controls that would be in place around that. If that were the position, would you be taking the view that this ought to remain as rural productive land, or do you think an open space zone is the more appropriate given its community status?
I'm not too sure if I have the scope to comment on that in terms of what you're asking.
It's a hypothetical. I mean, to some extent, it is a hypothetical because we're still deliberating on whether or not it ought to be SNA or whether this biodiversity management plan does the business. And there are broader issues because we've got to maintain a consistent approach around the district. There are lots of areas that have significant natural indigenous biodiversity and yet are not identified in the plan. And that's because there's a QE2 covenant mechanism that's been used as an alternative. And we've got to get our heads around whether that's even appropriate or whether the district plan should be the be all and end all. So I guess that the issue, as I understand it from your evidence, is twofold. One, the potential for certain structures and activities to occur within that area that might not be respectful of Ngāhere. And the other is that ensuring that anything that might happen there is done with the full engagement of tangata whenua.
We're not withdrawing, we're just providing additional information.
Okay. So really, yeah, okay. And look, that's fine. I mean, you don't have to withdraw. You've changed your position. It's mature for you to come along and tell us that and the reasons why. You've got the reasons why. At the end of the day, that's.
So I guess there might be some more information there around those reasons too. And I'll go back to the biodiversity plan. We were never engaged
Yeah, I got all of that, yeah, understand all of that.
Neither the asset management plan. And going back to from my experience, we don't really have a relationship with TRC up at Puketi. From my experience, the last 2 years of engagement that we've been having with them has been purely on having a relationship. 2 years. And I don't think we're any further along in that relationship. And I'm quite confident in saying that there's still a lot of work to do in that area.
Okay.
Certainly don't have to work towards that. That's clear to us. I mean, speaking to the submission in itself is useful. What would be really useful would to know your position with the two scenarios that are in front of us. If the SNA is retained over the site, and if the SNA is not retained, and some alternative mechanism, what, under those two scenarios, what zoning do you think is the most appropriate zoning? Because you have scope to speak to those two scenarios. So some sort of response to that would be helpful to this point to know.
I just might not be that person to give you that response.
All right, well, yeah, that's good. She's nodding. She's flexing at the back there.
The zoning that provides the best protection for our tuatanga Manae.
Yep. Okay.
That's our responsibility as
Well, I mean, to some extent, it's not the zoning; it's the SNA overlay that protects the nahi. Yeah.
With those removed, then we're relying on the goodwill of TRC.
Yeah, well, and they've been conspicuous in their absence for us.
They have attended that one.
They did come to the one hearing early on. Yeah.
And
That response where it tells us that that is the special feature overlay that's important. Yes, and maybe the zoning is, because that overlay does all the heavy lifting, maybe the zoning is.
I think there's a slight nuance here though, because even though the SNA overlay may protect the bush, it doesn't say much about what other activities might occur on the land and how they might be approached from a planning point of view. And I think the difference between the rural production zone and the open space zone is that the latter anticipates greater community use of the site and structures that might facilitate that, whereas the rural production zone doesn't. So to that extent, I take your point. The rural production zone is a less enabling zone for future activities and expansion or whatever of other recreational activities at Puketi. So the least enabling zone makes it the most hard for TRC to progress. So I understand entirely where you're coming from.
And we'll put those questions to Maria. It's quite a perverse outcome actually, because you might expect the rural production zone to be more enabling generally, but in this context, in terms of the likely activities, it obviously isn't.
From memory, I think that might have been more supported.
Yeah.
In the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm quite young.
What's the situation with the outstanding natural landscape?
Well, the advice we've got is that there's a legal impediment to doing that. Yeah, the law gets in the way all the time.
I think the other thing on this topic is, while the staff may have recommended not to make an SNA, as Kit said, we have the recommendatory role for the council to accept or not that advice to us. So I'm pleased you come today, both of you, just to make things clear, linking the SNA to this zoning aspect. You have some other comments about Okura South as well. Do you want to deal with those as well?
Yes.
Want to have more of those images showing?
Yes, please, if I could.
Let's go back to the start. and then you
Yeah,
can-
that would be great. Sorry, next one. And these are just a reflection of Mari's kōrero, and I mean, this particular picture was taken from my 8-year-old son up at Whakaiti, and he's really, for me, captured what's also significant up there to our community. This was a Kiwi release done this year, and I think there was, some of the major partners within our conservation community, from Wild Taranaki to the Maunga Project to TRCs to your docs to everybody else, including our school steering. For me, that was, these ongoing relationships that we're building with these spaces are really working towards connecting our community back to these, back to the ngāhere and back to our tonga species as well, and enabling our community to, as Mari said, just be guided by us as mana whenua and to, I guess, take ownership of our whaitakitanga. Nā manga tairi through our Kiwi release have some strong relationships, not with just the Maunga projects and the docs and the TRCs. We're really fortunate to forge relationships with Otaraiwa Hapu. So introducing them across Hapu to return not just Ngā Maunga, but other Hapu to our Maunga to enable their inherited responsibilities as well. This particular day, we received a koha from Otaraiwa, and the koha was a pūreri, sorry. Pūreri. And of course, Ngā Maunga, our tairi, we were taken back by that exchange, so we had nothing to give back. So we actually gave them the responsibility to name a Kiwi, and they named it Pūreri. And so now I've just said, oh, too late, you guys, you've got to get back up the Maunga now and look after that Kiwi. But these are the relationships, and these are the things that are significant to us, and these are why we want to return to the Maunga. This is a photo that that our tamariki found. And when you take tamariki up the Maunga, there's an energy about them. And when I actually saw the tamariki huddled around, looking at the ground, screaming and yelling, I thought one of them had fallen over and broken their leg. When I actually ran up to them, this is what they found. And these are the connections we're making to our tonga species. That was from Hearing 5, I believe. Yep, we're all familiar with that. And I guess that yellow section there really kind of separates both areas. One rule for one piece of our whānau, and then another set of rules on the other side for our whānau. I just, if I could go back to that. When we talk about our relationship, there was never a starting point. There's never been a starting point. I've only been establishing this relationship with Whakaiti in the last 2 years, but I know that there were whānau trying to forge those relationships before me. These how do I say it? What was I saying? Oh, sorry. I was just going back to relationships and those building blocks. I don't know how you'd feel, but for someone to show you this picture, and if that was your backyard or that was your property, how do you start a relationship when you just slap that on the ground? And so I guess I don't know what that means for you, but that's certainly not a good starting point, I could say.
I know Marty has got some discussion on her evidence. How recent was this put on the table? Was it the last few years? Last year? And that was a TRC idea or a concept?
And it was actually after all the engagement with MPDC. So Te Aroha I Wiratini, 11 Ks of it is MPDC, it comes up, and then you got the other 5K, which is inside KT, and that's where they link. And so we'd had 2 years of talking to MPDC, and then that got slapped on the table. There was always an opportunity to have this conversation, but it just hasn't really got off on the right foot. There's our tamariki up there owning it. Yeah, Kiwi telemetry gear. Lots and lots and lots for them to learn. You know, there's science, there's maths, there's chemistry, there's all the storytelling, the numeracy and the literacy. This particular photo for me really signifies intergenerational behaviour change. It's required. It's what's needed. I think that's why we're here today. Boom. We want our tamariki to own that behaviour change. So they've had an art competition at Waikato School. We've not only released our Kiwi, we've actually taken the tamariki back up there to do the telemetry training, and now they're advocating for it. DOC don't have no Kiwi signs or no dog signs in the national park, so we thought we'd produce these. But it doesn't fit in DOC's framework, so these are actually going to go out in the community, and this also enables our relationship with MPDC to build these education programs for our community. No one actually knows in Waikato yet that we have, or they do know, but not many of them know that you're not allowed to take dogs up there. And I think TNP have captured dogs there this year, which is really put the foot to the floor for me. I've got to get these up in the community. So Renee Davies is going to help us work through that. We're not only releasing the Kiwis, we've got to look after them. So we want to provide opportunities, not for our community, but for our uri as well, to get up there and build those relationships with our taonga species. This particular, if you go back up top, Waikato School named their Kiwi kōwhai, which is why there's a kōwhai. So this is actually kōwhai we released her last year, and we went back in there to track her down and give her health checks. I think that's the final photo. I just really wanted to mihi to the whānau that have come to support us today. Mike, Sharon, Catherine, lovely to see you here. But really, just wanted to thank everyone again for the opportunity to talk to you all.
A great bunch of photos, and again, we get permission to put up with everything with a you and what putting on our website as a record. So if they can go up online, Christine, this is part of the presentation. I think that the old saying about a picture tells 1,000 words is so true. I'd much rather listen to some discussion around a photograph than paper. I think that's so alive. So thank you for that. Antoine, did you have some questions?
Oh, the only question I really had, I think Commissioner Kit has asked that question, but perhaps I might ask the same question a slightly different way, if that's okay. But Tony, just in terms of the Mahanga Taieri position in regards to the zoning, it seems to me, and I think you've made that clear, a response to the proposal for what I'm colloquially calling Golden Gate Bridge and the tower. They're quite stark. There's no there's no missing those structures in the forest. And I just wondered if there wasn't this proposal that certainly has got engendered a reaction from yourselves, the bridge and the tower, would you still be comfortable with the position that you had in terms of the open space zone or potentially a natural open space zone? And that's with the proviso that you support the SNA being in place.
I'm unsure if I'm the right person to answer that. I guess what is probably clear from the whānau is that we have been working really hard on this relationship with TRC, but we simply just got nowhere. And I think through this process, I think there's been opportunities for us to maybe look at that, see how we can build on that, see how we can, just going off what Rangi was saying before, how Māori always have these barriers put in front of us through policy, and that it's really hard for us to get our vision. I think that's the reason why I spoke about the Kiwi today and those aspirations that our hapu have that actually build a better picture for the future. Sorry, I don't know if that answers your question.
That's okay. Thank you.
We just, if the SNA is in place, that yeah.
Open space for the SNA. Yeah. Would be your.
Yeah, well, I mean, there are other preferences too. I mean, like if we were engaged with the asset management plan, if we were engaged with the biodiversity plan, if we're actually in the door and sitting at the table like we are today, then I think we have a better vision in front of us as a community, as a community together.
Thank you, Antoine. Do you have some follow-up?
Yeah, I have to say that I agree with you that this indicates quite a sad relationship when that is the response, or that is a proposal. I look at just as much as I love canopy walks, and I've been on several, put in the context of what you've told us about these areas, this is just so disrespectful. So I can see why you'd be incensed, and I tend to say I don't think we can put it in the decision, but it'll be on the record. TRC need to do a bit of work. I think they think this is appropriate. So. Anyway, all right. I want to come back to just another issue now, and it's around the other topic you talked about in your evidence, which is around the future urban zoning in Ōkura South. The is it the Mackay block? Yeah, Mike's block.
He's south.
And I guess two questions there. One is he has provided us with material, and he's going to talk to us this afternoon, which indicates a memorandum of understanding with the Ngāti Tairi Hapu. And I wanted to get an understanding of what the relationship between the Ngāti Tairi Hapu, which was signed, I can't make out the signature, by the chairman of the Ōkura Pā in 2018, the relationship between that entity and Namahanga Tairi. Is there a relationship, a pecking order, anything we should know about?
Kia ora. Ngāti Tairi a Ōkura Pā.
Yep.
Namahanga Piniho Pā. What my old people tell me is we've always been one, ngā manga tairi. So I guess when you talk about some of those sets of spaces or those wāhi tapu, they were Ngāti Tairi. Across the Angatahua River, they were ngā mahanga, etc., etc. But I've always only ever known us to be one, ngā manga tai. That's only what I know. But we have Ngāti Tairi here today.
Thanks for clarifying that. The other issue I wanted to just talk to you about this block of land is we had quite an impassioned presentation by the Kaitaki local board, who quite staunchly oppose this parcel of land being zoned future urban. And they effectively disagreed quite strongly, or Mr. Chard disagreed quite strongly with the Hapu's support for it to be retained as future urban. And he referred to Maria and the like about that. And I guess I'd be quite interested to get a sense. I mean, your evidence is quite clear that you consider future urban as still the most appropriate for this Okura South block, but a structure plan being completed in partnership with Ngā Mahanga Tairi should form part of any future development. So that's quite a contrasting proposal to what the Kaitaki local board is suggesting. Their view is that any future growth of Okura should stay on the northern side of the highway, and the Paddocks subdivision should be the end of the matter, and no further urban development on that side. So I mean, I'm going to put it out there because we're going to have Mr. Mackay this afternoon, and I'm quite interested to get a sense of what the Hapu's view of that is. And if you want to enlist some other speakers, then feel free.
Just to help possibly, one of the reasons Mr. Chard said he couldn't correlate his understanding with Whanawere's understanding is it was too close to the national park, and that the Okura West area was further away. So this was in a 5K radius or something.
Yeah,
he talked to us about being a concern for him. Yes, so that was a reason, one of the key reasons
He's based that on the Taiao Taiora, has he?
Yes.
5K radius?
Yes.
He did refer to it.
I guess I was around when the Taiora Wānanga were happening. I guess from what I remember at the time was the 5K was a starting point for us to be a part of that conversation. That's what we wanted at the time. And we know that it's, from Lucy's Gully to Waikato Beach is only 5.5, I think. But it really just enabled us to be that first step, be a part of that conversation.
Okay. Certainly not intended as a prohibition that it should continue to be farmed forever and a day. As land holdings go, would you see it? I mean, this is future urban. We're talking long term here, maybe 20, 30 years. The restoration and I guess reuse of that land out of sort of active farming and into more restoration and use for community reserves and living. Is that an outcome that you find acceptable longer term? I mean, with the assumption that there is indeed engagement and consultation through the whole process of what happens at the end of it.
If we're a part of it.
Yeah. Okay. So then thanks for that. That's very helpful. The other, I guess, the other piece of this is that Mr. Mackay is also not happy with the future urban zone, and he would like it to go to a live zoning now with a combination of open space and rural lifestyle and residential. As a simply, please, commissioners, can you change the maps and give me these different colours right now? What's your reaction to that proposal?
It's all new to me.
Mm.
I probably definitely not the person. I haven't been working on the Mackay project.
All right, no, that's
More
fair
these
response.
fellas here.
Okay, well, we can talk to them, but certainly as I understand it, we haven't seen any evidence from Mr. Mackay other than the materials. He's provided us this memorandum of understanding that indicates there's been any detailed engagement with Mana Whenua.
I can say that I don't have any documentation or plans or anything from that.
Is there anything anyone else can add to the question?
Is wanting more information.
Yeah, feels bad to talk about someone who's not in the room, but he's scheduled to come along later today. He has scheduled, he's given us some interchanges of emails which suggest he's been trying to have a meeting with the PAR trustees. But I get the sense nothing, it hasn't sort of transpired yet.
No.
Okay.
He hasn't sent all the information asked. The details.
Right, well, we can't take it much more than that.
Yeah, one follow-up question is that if that area is developed, I think your evidence colour is that we need to go through a proper structure plan process involved from iwi in the detailed planning. That's the position of everyone here if that area does get developed in the future. Yes. So everyone agrees with that process if it does, that those are needed. Okay, David, did you have?
No, I think we'll pick up some of those issues with Maria later this afternoon.
Okay. Thank you again.
Am I able to ask you a question?
Just here.
We'd love to go and hang out in the bush together. We would.
I'm interested to know in what capacity was Graham Chard commenting on?
It was the community board.
Chair of the Kaitaki
Community board.
Cool. You guys are clear of that?
Yes.
Cool.
Yep.
Yes.
Cool. That wasn't a hard question.
And he had the previous chair alongside him.
Yeah, and he assured us he had the right to be there. So
We asked him some extensive questions on the mandate to be there on behalf of the board.
Yep.
Quite some probing questions that he answered.
Cool. Cool. Get on my
Now, I'm aware that we have Antoine only through to 2 o'clock. So I think we should keep going. I wonder whether you said 5-minute break just for a comfort stop. And Sarah and Maria, is that okay if we just keep going?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yes. Right, we just have 2 more witnesses. And Sarah and Maria, you want to do the dual act again? That works? Yeah, sure. Okay. And Sarah, just noted you got 2 statements for us, one on the airport rezoning matters and one on the other matters. How do you want to work through? Do you want to deal with the airport rezoning ones first and then we'll go to the other ones?
In your hands, whatever works for you.
Okay. Well, I think let's look at those first. I think we had some discussion yesterday about those moments with Whitaker, who's the section 42A report in the airport was here. So I'll just take it as read and see whether Kit in particular has any questions. Because Kit and I are really focusing on the future urban zones, the structure plan areas, the airport. Okay, do you have any clarifications needed there?
This is on Sarah's brief of 16 June. Is that the one you put in?
That's right,
Yeah,
it's
okay.
about the airport drive and drive zoning request.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll start at the back and work forwards. And I know we've been shown a map of this. Area R, the former Area R, is that the future urban zone around the what is it, the Orapuriri Park? Is that Area R?
So Area R is on the opposite corner of Airport Drive to Area Q. It's on the northern side of the state highway.
Right.
Yeah, okay, just hold on, let me get that. Sorry.
Area N is Orapuriri, Commissioner Littlejohn.
That's right. Yeah, sorry, I should have remembered that. So at the moment, Area R. Oh, of course, that's the. Can't believe we've been talking about it all day and then I've missed it. So that's the future urban zone area on the other side. Okay.
And I understand it's been Area R has been identified as an area of employment land. Is Louise might know what to confirm.
It's certainly been mooted. So that's good. I understand your position on 47 Airport Drive, which is the request for a live commercial zoning there. The only other matter I wanted to talk about really was the broader issue about the role of the NPSUD and its clear direction for Whenua to be engaged in urban development. And I haven't gone back and checked, but do you recall whether there was the same requirement in the prior NPS, the NPS UDC?
I'm not sure.
That was the okay. That was the national policy statement that was effectively operative during the development of the draft district plan and was also the operative one when the plan was notified, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, I'll just have to go back and have a look at that because, I mean, to some extent, your statement is obviously clear on the face of the NPSUD, but we still have a requirement that we've got to complete this district plan, and to the extent that submissions allow, we have to make sure that as we do so, we give effect to that NPSUD. So it's a case of the absence of engagement not really being a strong basis for us just to throw our hands in the air and say we can't do this. You got to go back and start again. We've got to get to the end of this somehow, don't we?
Yeah. I've just had a quick look while you were while she was speaking then, and at the MPS UDC, and doesn't appear to be anything any specific objective or policies in relation to tangata whenua or Māori, but more cultural well-being of people and communities.
Yeah, I recall that was one of the criticisms that got levelled at it. Like so many of the things that the minister did in a rush, they always left things out or got things wrong. Would you agree that the way in which we've been conducting the hearings and in fact pausing on various topics to enable engagement and consultation to occur before any final positions are put to us, do you think that goes some way to giving effect to the national policy statement? UD and its objectives and policies about engagement of tangata whenua in urban development?
My initial thoughts are yes. And I think I can see the I guess across the whole of the plan, the benefits of that engagement that's been happening. So just for example, the structure plan development areas, mahi that I'm doing with Laura, Louise and Todd, is that's, I then had a conferencing with Campbell yesterday about the residential zones and the design guides, and some of the discussion we've had at the structure plans informing the wording of some of the objectives, potentially the objectives and policies that I recommended through my advice to hearings 17A and 15B. So I think, yeah, I think that partially, but we're kind of retrofitting rather than that essence of meaningful, pure engagement.
Well, I guess what the NPSUD is signalling is sort of, it's almost a bit difficult to replicate without going back to scratch to some extent. And so we are in a bit of a treadmill. And I agree, it's not a perfect way to approach it, but because of the fact of a changing policy regime midway, we're not living in a perfect world, are we?
Yeah.
So, but you accept it's better than us doing nothing.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And sorry, just in the NPS UDC, there was policy PB5 around local authorities shall seek and use the input of iwi authorities. Might be one of the only ones in that policy.
I think Kaitiaki was probably a good example of them trying to do that. Would you agree with that?
Yes. Yeah. I was just reflecting with Sarah, Sarah Edwards a couple of weeks ago around how we would have done even now. You know, like we're almost a year since our first piece of evidence was submitted. It would have done the evidence I've given now. I probably would have given different evidence a year ago. Well, not different, but articulated probably things differently. And yeah, we were just reflected on how ngā kaitiaki worked as well, because I wasn't working with Te Koteitanga then, so I only caught the end of ngā kaitiaki as well.
I absolutely get that. I mean, I think of questions I would have asked 12 months ago that I think about now. And we're just fortunate that a number of the main players, you know, tangata whenua included, have come along so regularly to the hearings and enabled us to ask those questions that a one-off appearance back in July last year, we would have been lost. So we're very appreciative. We're all learning by doing to some extent, and it's a complex plan. But thanks, Sarah. Those are the only matters I wanted to sort of raise with you there, and to some extent they go through your other brief of evidence as well. So.
Thank you, Sarah. And I didn't have anything extra on that first brief there for Drive. We'll move to the second statement. The one dated 24th of May. And Maria's one dated 20th of May. So Maria, do you want to kick off and give Sarah a break?
Kia ora tātou. So my evidence covers two key points, and then I've two key points of the submission of Te Kāhui or Taranaki, and then I've added in a little bit about the Māori purpose zoning and the Reserves Act. It is Te Kāhui did not make submissions on rezoning, but I have offered my point of view as a Māori resource management practitioner. So you can take it or leave it, really.
But in terms of the two key points of the Te Kahui submission, the first one is around the future urban zone, rezoning requests in Uakura, particularly that of Uakura Farm Park Limited, and I've supported Mr. Wesney's recommendation in the 42A report to retain it as future urban zone. There's been a long history of that area wanting to be developed, and there are a number of constraints on a number of constraints to the development of that land, including presence of wahi tapu, its proximity to the national park boundary, and significance of that area to Ngā Mahanga Tairi. So my recommendation to retain it as future urban zone, and my support of Hamish's recommendation is that I consider that if that land is to be developed, that it must be done in partnership with I'm aware that there were objections, I guess, raised to my, objections raised to my position. The position that I raised in my evidence about the fact that I consider future urban zone being the most appropriate zone for that area. In reference made to Tai Ora, and I can appreciate that. Personally speaking, I don't think that residential development right up to the national park boundary is a good outcome. And Tai Ora does state that Taranaki will not support residential development within 5 kilometres of the national park. However, my position, I'm a planner, so while I am employed by Te Kahui or Taranaki, there are other documents that I also have to take into consideration, like the NPSUD, like the Resource Management Act, and other statutory funding documents to that inform my position and my opinion as a planner, as a Māori resource management practitioner. So I can appreciate that there's, I guess, the perception or the viewpoint that there's a disconnect between what my evidence says and what Tai Ora states. But I think there's a not supporting and then actively opposing. There's a bit of there's some space between that, and so as a resource management practitioner, I understand that there are that council has obligations under the NPSUD to identify areas for potential growth, and not all of those areas will be developed to its to the end potential, and that there are other considerations that go into how development of that area may occur or what it may look like. So, and I consider that it's a place of mana whenua to inform that in terms of what appropriate development would look like in terms of the cultural values of that area. And I think that's part of, it's my understanding that it's part of why the position of Te Kahui will not support residential development within 5 kilometres of the national park because there are specific values linked to the national park that need to be considered as part of any development. So it's not saying that, yeah.
Yeah, no, thanks for that clarification, because I think you've just talked to us about the classic expert, your planner, you're giving us planning expertise, and in giving that expertise, you're looking at all the relevant planning factors in the round. So, and under the code, it's exactly what you should be doing. So I applaud you for setting out your position as a professional planner and an expert for us.
Yeah, so the upshot of that is that I do support Hamish's recommendation to retain the future urban zone for Waikato South. In Te Kahui also submitted on the indicative road at the property at 132 Wairau Road, Waikato, and yeah, in the same vein, I consider that it's appropriate for any indicative roads to be for any roading to be part of that structure plan process, as opposed to including indicative roads as part of the stage of the plan. I support Mr. Wesley's recommendation there as well. In terms of the,
You're going to go occur there.
yes, do you want to stop?
Yes, we should question as we go. Yes.
I'm happy to kick off. Let's just start with the last matter, 132, where would you consider there's a difference between that property in terms of its proposed zoning and the proposed plan and the Aokura South larger property in terms of the way that the zoning is being proposed in the district plan? That those different zoning approaches might necessitate a different approach to structure planning, for example. So, for example, I understand that 132 supposed to be zoned residential anyway, yes. And we heard from Mr. Juffins yesterday on. Yes, we did. Yes, yeah, on the.
It was Mr. Kiss. Mr.
Kiss.
Yes.
We heard lots of surveys.
Yes. No, it was
Who was worried about that concern with the indicative road.
Mr. Kiss.
And sought that to be removed. I'm just wondering whether there's a basis for a difference in a planning approach to 132 Wairau Road versus the entirety of the Aokura South as the proposed zoning and the plan suggest that there are two different processes.
Yes, I think so, because 132 is zone residential, and in my opinion, I think that the landowners therefore have some expectation of development potential in the short term, in the life of it.
I thought that's what you were getting at. I just wanted to make that clear. Okay, I'm going to move back to the fuzz zone itself. I mean, your message is very clear. Fuzz zone is appropriate. A structure plan needs to be produced. It needs to be a first scheduled process. It needs to involve a number of parameters, including a cultural lens, and you're supportive of that. You're saying that also that, use your terminology, it may not be developed to the nth degree or to the full extent that you might consider. You're not saying though that the fuzz is a straw man that will never be developed at all in this locality. You're not saying that at all?
No. But yeah, I think what the potential, the potential of the land for development needs to be explored with
Yes.
Tanapino. So I'm not saying that
There's no fundamental impediment that would mean that it will never be developed and therefore shouldn't actually be identified as a future urban zone with holding parameters in the meantime.
It wasn't,
From a planning perspective.
from a planning perspective, I did not consider that there was scope for me to comment on the removal of the fuzz zone.
If there was, what would your position be?
I think there are significant cultural constraints for developing this area. And so I don't know that, I understand the history of why this is future urban zone. So it's currently FUD in the
Yes, future urban development.
yeah, in the operative plan, and so, yeah. But I would be hesitant, if it were a blank slate, I would probably not identify this area as being a key part.
In its entirety, area, or are you talking about parts of the FGC and Arakura South?
Definitely. I'm not sure.
Important consideration.
Yeah. Definitely parts of it, but I would hesitate to say no, throw the whole of it.
I know the councillor wants to ask a question, but.
Councillor, been
Sorry.
promoted. Don't know if I want that job.
I guess, no, it's good work.
Is it a promotion?
No, that's right.
Pays less. I guess let me ask you that a different way. Is the process associated with converting the future urban zone and upzoning it to a residential zone and the associated investigations and structure plan and first schedule process, is it robust enough to cater for all considerations that might shape what that future residential zone might look like in terms of cultural considerations, servicing considerations, natural value considerations, transportation?
Policy P7, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah,
it is.
Yes, and if the relief sought by Ms. Mako and myself are accepted, then I believe so.
Thank you. That's incredibly useful. There might be a segue through to.
Yeah, I was going to ask if
Councillor
Christine could put the Mackay property up and show us it, because the future urban zone is probably only about a quarter or a third of it. And so I just wanted to get a sense of spatially that issue. Yeah.
Just while you're doing that, you mentioned policy P7.
Yep.
Maria, there's also been a proposal for a policy PA. Can you meet with that?
If that's the policy which says don't let future urban proceed until you've run out of every other available option, as to the extent that you can entrench it.
Yeah. So it's a bit of a it's an assistance. It's a
Could
policy
you
that
zoom
gives-
out a little bit? Yeah, there we go.
Gives effect to the strategic objective policy that has
No, that's
future
good.
urban zones as a second cab of the rank, if you like, in the medium to long term. Yes.
So that's the whole of the parcel, and the grey is the future urban bit. So with respect to the grey bit, do you think the same? Well, I mean, yes, I heard your answer. There are Wahitapu, it's close to the Maunga, and the whole land is significant to Ngāti Haere. By looking at that, does the spatial location of the future urban zone somehow, is it more tolerable at that corner of the site or less tolerable than, or would it be better somewhere else on the site, put it that way?
I think it's more tolerable closer to the coast and further away from the mountain.
Okay, no, that's useful. The I'd like to think I've got to know this plan quite well by now, and I still recall the quite heated debate we had at the strategic objectives hearing about incorporating within the natural environment strategic objectives concepts about restoration and enhancement, and very much a kaitiaki based. We want this plan to encourage people to do more than simply maintain, to do something in addition to that. And so with every chapter since then, I've hunted for the machinery that actually encourages that outcome. And I've got to say that the only place that I, apart from a landowner voluntarily and out of the goodness of their own heart and out of their own pocket doing it, or with potentially the benefit of grants or whatever from agencies, there's no, the structure plan exercise that involves converting future urban to urban is really the key machinery where you can actually get some gains in terms of restoration. Because within policy P7, you have to, within policy P7, you have to be able to develop your structure plan in a way that addresses a whole list of items, but one of them is the protection, maintenance or enhancement of features such as Indigenous vegetation. So there is a real incentive on a person who wants to convert future urban into a live urban zoning to actually look at the waterways, look at the valleys, look at the remnant bush and say, well, what can I do better here? How am I going to enhance this? And so to some extent, it's a pretty important zone because it's a pretty important process of conversion because that seems to be a key opportunity to make some gains in the restoration space. I mean, is that how you've started to, I mean, you've been coming to these hearings as much as we have, and you've probably got as good a sense of it as us. Do you see any other ways that the plan could actually start to drive restoration?
Ideally, I think the plan, in the way it's drafted, I think the plan use the phrase that we've thrashed is that the overlays do the heavy lifting on those types of things. So, for example, water bodies, there's the opportunity, if there's a resource consent, there's potential for, depending on the context, there's potential for restoration. Same with SNAs and Indigenous biodiversity, vegetation. That chapter, there's potential for restoration depending on, again, the context, but I think you're right in terms of the future urban zone. It does set a very clear, or it's really explicit as to, this is an opportunity to, yes, develop land, but also restore some of these areas that have traditionally been exploited as opposed to protected or valued in that sense. So I think the process of the structure planning and the process of structure planning is offers a really great opportunity to view development holistically and to do it
better than we've done historically.
Than the kind of small scale where our line of sight is quite narrow. But that broader kind of is there's the opportunity there with the structural planning and the future urban zone.
What I was trying to get to before was when you apply all these overlays, and some of them are a very direct avoidance type approach. Others are triggering a process to go through. When you apply those overlays to the area, what are you left with? Is it still a worthwhile proposition? Would something still come out of it in terms of a sensible yield? And that's a question we need to put to another witness this afternoon.
Well, there are no overlays on this property.
Not in the
Not in the future urban zoning.
Not in that part.
Yeah, and I mean, sorry,
well, so you carry on, but it'd be good to bring up some of the other icons for the land that's beyond. Well, we'll do that this afternoon with Mr. Key.
I take your point around the eco provisions and the water bodies provisions do have an implicit opportunity for restoration, but presumably it comes at the cost that someone is actually seeking a resource consent to alter those features, and the restoration comes as a compensation to some extent, which is not which I accept it. It's not. I guess what we're talking about, I think you've agreed, is that where you've got actually greenfield rural that's been heavily fertilized and degraded, giving it an opportunity by being on the urban fringe to convert to urban is a reset to some extent, because you can start from ground up, and the cost of that restoration is going to be effectively met in due course by the future owners, because they'll be the ones that purchase the land with whatever it's cost to put it to market, or sort of thing. So yeah, okay. I think that's all I wanted to talk to you about. I had some questions on your paragraph 24, but after talking to Tane and Marie, I think I understand them a bit better now, so I don't need to ask you about those.
I think we're on Okura.
Of course, we're only talking about Okura.
Antoine, I think you're probably out of the loop on this one, mainly because you've got a bit of history of this area. So, any questions given that prompt?
No, I don't think so. Obviously, Bill Wosley was the chair and commissioner from the previous private plan change, and I was supporting him in that role, and our decisions on record. So I didn't probably have anything further to add.
The other thing, just in terms of the MOU that Mr. McKee sent through to us 2018, are you aware of any changes to the trust that's signed there? Has there been new people or different people on the?
Yes, there's been a change of a number of trustees on the Okura trustee
board.
And I understand that I've been advised that Okura have asked Mr. McKee for information around what he is wanting, and that hasn't been provided, and so discussions haven't progressed further. That's my understanding.
Right, thanks for clarifying that. All right, well, if you want to move on to the next topic.
So the next part of my evidence is around the rezoning of Haiti from rural production zone to open space. Te Kawe supported this in the further submission process. However, there's been a fair amount of ground that's been covered between now and then, and I do not support the the rezoning of Gazy to open space zone, if the commissioners are to accept the removal of the SMA over Gazy. Even, yeah, and I guess there's a few, just reflecting on your questioning of Tani and Murray, in terms of the appropriate zoning, I guess there's, I have a few comments on that. The first is that if we're looking at the purpose, the description or the purpose of the zones and what they're trying to serve, I would agree that open space would fit with the purpose of Gazy. However, the provisions of that zone are so permissive that because of the relationship that the landowner, well, yeah, of TRC and their exclusion of tangata whenua from the management of these significant places, because of that relationship, I don't believe there would be good planning outcomes and good resource management outcomes from allowing a really permissive zoning over that area. So in terms of the rural production zone purpose, I don't think it fits well with Pukeiti and the landscape that's there. However, I think that the provisions are more provide more controls on development in that of that land. Yeah.
We just explore that a little bit more, because I mean, at first glance, as I said earlier, it's surprising to hear that the open space zone is more permissive than the rural production zone. And you say in 24, and you give an example about how the proposed canopy walk might be enabled if you say there would be permitted activities if they meet peak standards, and then RDA if they don't. So I mean, obviously the high standard would be infringed. So we'll go to an RDA, and you're saying that the RDA matters are too specific or too narrow. What are the two matters of discretion?
Effect on streetscape and open space character, topography, site orientation, and planting, effect on amenity values of nearby residential properties, the matters referred to in OSZ P5.
What's OSZ P5? Given that you're on the stand.
You're going to understand. Ensure that buildings and structures maintain open space character and amenity, having regard to whether the height is compatible with open space areas, opportunities to agglomerate buildings, integration of new building structures with existing built form to maximize opportunities for multifunctional use by sport and recreation.
And you dropped that answer.
Sorry, I had it open. I was just looking at it. Sorry.
So that's in relation to a specific structure. What about in relation to vegetation clearance works? You still maintain that the open space zone provisions are more permissive than the rural production zone?
For vegetation clearance and earthworks, they would be the same, I believe.
Because they dealt with the overlay and the earthworks chapter.
Yes. This is on the assumption that the SMA is removed.
That's removed.
Yes.
Thank you.
Antoine, any questions on this one from you?
No, just following those questions that David asked, I didn't have any other further questions. Thank you.
Yep, no, I've answered my questions. Sorry. Actually, I do have one question. Is there a spatial difference? I mean, I said what you're saying about the managing scope with the outstanding natural landscape. Is there a spatial difference between the extent of the SNA and the ONL as you would prefer it to be? Do they match, in other words, or was one greater than the other? You recall?
So the ONFL is, the image was shared before, but Te Kahui and Te Kahui's position is that Pukeiti as a whole should be included. Yes. And my understanding and my opinion is that the Ngā maunga extends well beyond the existing ONFL. So
yes,
yeah,
and the SNA is much smaller or larger component.
the SNA is a, I believe it's smaller than the on that, I did, hopefully it's sent, but I sent a video through to Christine that Mari has prepared, and it's of the Kiriho line in Pukeiti, to just show you, I guess, the what the landscape is, because it's significant, and it's not. I know the evidence to hearing 5 was that it's a rhododendron forest or garden, and that's.
Start it again.
Murray, is that within the Easy?
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's actually, that Kiriho line is where they were going to put the Kaupaki
Yes,
Trail.
yes.
So some of the ribbon is,
Yes, with
Trail.
some of the trees that were going to get taken out.
taken out.
Yeah.
Yes, I think November last year. The product we've seen enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, just stop it there, Christine.
Those there are Pukatia, so they don't tick the value of being a,
Value species.
I can't remember the terminology, but of higher value. So regardless of size, that would be.
Okay. What were the black?
Oh, those are hino berries. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Yes, well, October, November last year, in the garden trail was on. My wife and I came and we had a big walk up the Easy way out the top tracks. So those little streams and yes, and the palm trees, the decal, incredible. Yeah.
Want to come read it?
I've got my own Kiwi project at Cape Century in Hawke's Bay, so. Thank you. Thanks for showing us that.
It's me.
It's you, and you didn't want to say anything more about the reserves there?
I can, yes.
You've seen the opinion that Joe got.
Yes.
So we've made sure that widely circulated. And
Yeah,
we've got it
so-
in front of us.
For me, I don't, the two acts can stand by themselves, and I've spoken before about how zoning doesn't necessarily usurp, I guess, the powers of the Reserves Act or any classification of a reserve. And I think that, I don't believe that the status of a reserve precludes a particular zoning, because I think they are two, my opinion is that they are two separate acts, they have separate functions, and while they are both relevant, one doesn't rely upon the other to have to exist, and so they serve separate functions. They are related and they both need to be considered, but in my opinion, they're very separate pieces of legislation, and they can stand on their own.
Have you managed to have a chat to Maya about the Simpson-Grierson opinion?
No, Maya is on maternity.
Maternity leave. Oh, shit. So she's not available. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I read Donna and Duncan's opinion, and I don't think it said you can't do it. Just said that it doesn't seem sensible to do it. And I think where they're coming from is that you potentially end up creating a Clayton's zoning. That's sort of like a zoning that says you can do this, but with an underlying reserve status that says you can't do that. And I think that was what the concern was there, about creating a conflict. Now, that doesn't mean that that's still not possible to do it, but to actually let the multi-purpose zone sing and do what it is intended to do, there's a whole other process that would still have to happen. So to some extent, it's a question of what's the relative efficiency? Do you at least start half the process now by rezoning it, and then let the other half with the Reserves Act trottle on its own sort of course? Or do we sort of pull back and say, well, okay, get the reserve thing sorted first, and then you can think about a multi-purpose zone? So it's really just an order and timing issue to some extent. But yeah, yeah, we've got it, we're alive to it, yeah.
It's certainly an intriguing question, which I'm thankful for you getting that opinion done. But to me, the Reserves Act, I'm interested in your opinion on this too. It's just like an overlay in a way. It's got other requirements over the top of the zone. And if the most appropriate zoning is purpose, we've got to think along those lines as well.
Yeah, so, and I think for me, it comes back to why do we zone land? And to enable development, absolutely, and construct rules and provisions around to meet a certain purpose, but then also there's that that readability and that visioning exercise in terms of the public's perception and understanding of places. And I think that this is if some of these reserves which were confiscated or taken as Anaru has spoken to, like if some of these areas of land were zoned Māori purpose zone, it sends that it's a way to acknowledge that yes, this land was set aside for a Māori reservation or native reservation, and has somehow come into council ownership or DOC ownership, and that the Māori purpose zone is I think, an easy way of recognising that relationship, of acknowledging the importance of that whenua to tangata whenua, and to not only for mana whenua and for tangata whenua, but also for the public to say that, a bit more of an overt recognition that a lot of public land has a history rooted in colonisation and violence and confiscation. And and so I think, yes, the Reserves Act and the RMA have different roles. And the Reserves Act, sets kind of clear boundaries or directives on what land can be used for. But I think zoning serves zoning can add an additional level of understanding for the general public.
I've asked questions in previous hearings about the value of plans and mapping as an overt, something that survives.
Yes.
And we've seen lots of old plans and things. Those are relevant to the way people view their landscape. It's a very interesting issue to me. I think quite a lot of that could be around your part, and the reason that is a DOC reserve is because of the fact there's this incredible engineering thing, but also the history that goes, and that's all steeped in history.
Yeah.
So, and other similar. So I certainly get the issue. I will be thinking about this pretty hard, obviously. So thank you for raising it. And there are some further planning dimensions. So right, we'll just keep going, I think. So let's just get this done and get you back to bed, or where you should really be. Well, yeah.
No, okay, I'm vertical today, so had enough of being horizontal. Anyway, is Mari still in the room? I just wanted to mihi to Mari. Mari's actually been helping our whānau with some of the rongoa, so kia ora hoa. And tēnā tātou, yeah, sorry I couldn't be there in person, thought best to share my germs with myself rather than rather than with all of you. So I haven't prepared any speaking notes. And understand Commissioner Coffin needs to leave at 2 o'clock as well. So I just thought I'd a little bit of admin, just cover off some of the things that were discussed this morning. So obviously you heard from Dion around regarding Te Kohia Pa. So none of my evidence to this hearing hasn't covered off anything around Te Kohia Pa. Kind of a little bit of a late addition. It was something that I discussed with that I had discussed with Joe and Renee Davies as well in the I forget what Renee's title is, one of the open spaces and design manager perhaps. Yeah, around Te Kohia Pa being zoned multi-purpose zone. So I just have taken the time to check the original submission of Te Koteitanga. And the relief sought was to identify properties alongside mana whenua, which had a historical, I can't remember off the top of my head, historical, but also a future focused, I guess, yeah, those aspirations were future focused for those properties being zone multi-purpose zone. So yeah, just a little bit of context there for that, I guess. So if you do need me to prepare some evidence for Te Kohia Pa in particular, I'm happy to do that, but I haven't done that because I was just, yeah, a little bit worried about the scope of Te Koteitanga, the submission of Te Koteitanga anyway.
Joe, is that scope clear in your mind?
It is, I think they do have scope.
I think they do have scope.
Yeah, because they talk about any other potential sites.
So, Sarah, on that basis, just for our decision making, if there was just a little thing we can do about Te Kohia Pa, and just make that connection with the submission and the values that we heard from today from Dion. Probably there needs to be a couple of paragraphs, but just a little addendum. Is that okay? Because
yeah, sure, that's fine.
Thank you. I'm just thinking about process here. Antoine, have you got a hard 2 o'clock?
Yeah, I do. Sorry. Yeah, and just in terms of,
I wonder, Sarah, whether we just take some questions because we've read your evidence, and Antoine would have just let Antoine just do some questions now, and we'll see if you want to embellish other things as we go through.
Yeah, sure. So I was just going to add as well, Te Kohia Pa, I understand it doesn't have a reserve. It's not reserve land. It's free. The council acquired it as freehold land. So
freehold.
Yeah. But yes, I'm happy to take any questions. I think my is probably quite clear. So I haven't prepared a summary or anything. So I'm happy to just take questions.
Yeah, let's just take questions starting with Antoine.
Yeah, sure.
hey, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Sarah. I read the evidence and it was quite clear. I really just had 1.5 questions, and maybe we'll do the half question. You've heard Maria, she's responded to the matter in terms of her interpretation of reserves and the potential tension between the Reserves Act and the Resource Management Act in regards to zoning. And I just wondered whether there was anything further you wanted to add to that, because we've read your evidence and you've set out what your view is, but whether you had any further thoughts?
No, share the same sentiments as Maria. And just, I guess, to expand, I was just looking at the Reserves Act last night as well. It's, you know, the old Control F and Treaty of Waitangi Tiriti or Waitangi isn't even mentioned in there. So yeah, it's, I guess that's why it's not, we know that some of these pieces of I guess conservation legislation aren't fit for purpose anymore, and that's why the reforms have come about. So yeah, I don't there's that little bit of the gap, so I feel like perhaps the between the Reserves Act and the RMA, and perhaps that's an opportunity for the zoning.
Hey, thank you for that. Yeah, and the Reserves Act certainly a product of its time and certainly due for review. So thank you for that. My other question is, it's in regards to the matter of Urupa being zoned multi-purpose zone. And I just noticed that page 15, paragraph 69, that's your list of relief sought or your recommendations. There wasn't a specific recommendation in regards to Urupa, but it is covered in your evidence. I just wondered whether you had a specific recommendation for how the council should proceed in regards to those Urupa.
Yeah, I mean, from a planning, in my planning opinion, ideally all of our Urupa would be zoned multi-purpose zone. Yeah, in my opinion, that's the best zone for those. I guess I don't really want to call them those properties, those activities. I'm not sure what's the best description for that, but I didn't make a specific recommendation because I felt that there needed to be, that engagement needs to be had with the Urupa trustees.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's why I haven't made a specific recommendation there.
Thank you. My other question is related to that, and just in terms of what you think would be the ideal process. And I was thinking, you know, from my perspective, so in some experience in this area, you really want to identify what's the nature of these Urupa. You know, as you said, is it the status of them? They've been previously used as an Urupa. Are they currently continuing that activity? What's the status of the land? Is it in private ownership? Is it in public ownership? Is it Māori reserve? Who are the landowners, the trustees, etc., like that? But if you could set out what you think is an ideal process.
In a discussion that I'd had with Joe a wee while ago, was there were, and Joe might be able to help here as well, there were two processes running concurrently. So one was around the Urupa grants and some of the under the Local Government Act, perhaps, policies. And then this would run alongside, but then I understand the policy advisor who was dealing with it, he left the council, so there's a little bit of a gap there. So I think if, you know, like thinking about the Te Kotaitanga submission, and that there are probably other properties within the New Plymouth district that would benefit from the multi-purpose zone, that perhaps we, alongside the council, could prioritise a plan change that would look to, or a process to rezone those, not just Urupa, but those other sites as well. You know, if Te Kohia, if there isn't that scope for Te Kohia now, can it be included in that process as well?
Yeah, because there's the SASMS work that's ongoing, which is being worked on a hapu basis and an iwi basis, as I understand, but this potentially could be more of a thematic approach, looking at Urupa with a zone which is both, and it has a bit of a protection side to it, but also a continuation of that sensitive use in perpetuity. So yeah, I just appreciate that. Thank you very much. I didn't have any further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Antoine, and thank you for making yourself available. It's been vital. So thank you very much. Right, David or Kit, you want to?
I've got two questions, Sarah. With the major facility zone requests, and conscious of Mr. Weston's here, you've been involved in the conferencing regarding the Side Energy McKee and Junction Road power plant site. Where's that at now, and when will we might expect a joint witness statement on that, or has it been filed already and I've missed it?
No, I think Hamish is waiting on some of the other parties. Hamish might be able to confirm. I've signed mine off.
Yeah. The plan up for Todd Generation, waiting for the be a final signature.
Okay.
But very, very close.
Is there anything you can share or want to share about where that's landed?
We've agreed on the majority of the matters, the extent of the zoning and details on the precinct plan.
Yes.
Is a difference amongst planners.
Just on that as well, sorry. Oh, Commissioner McMahon, I was just gonna, sorry, I'm a bit delayed, I think. The section G in my evidence as well. Obviously, it was accompanied by a letter from Mr. Buttermore at Paranini Hiki Waitotara, so they were concerned that they obviously hadn't been engaged by Greymouth Petroleum as well. So I do understand that Greymouth Petroleum have subsequently, or perhaps even before my evidence was submitted, that Greymouth Petroleum have reached out to Paranini Hiki Waitotara about that as well.
Okay, yes, I've got that letter in front of me, Sarah. And the other question I had was in relation to Education House. And your paragraph 19, you could live with the mixed use zone so long as the living precinct was established over it. Is that the point you want to leave us with?
Yeah, I'd be comfortable with that. I looked back on the summary of submissions for Te Koteitanga as well, and one of the key pieces of, or in explaining the submission, was Te Koteitanga were looking for the opportunity for living activities to occur on that site.
Yes, and we heard from Liana this morning that things are moving really quickly and close to a settlement. Great, thank you for that. That was all from me.
Thank you.
Yeah, kia ora, Sarah. Just two matters I wanted to talk to you about. In paragraph 12 in your evidence, you have repeated your suggestion that you don't think that our proposed strategic objective in relation to Te Mana o Te Wai goes far enough. I think you say it's actually inconsistent with the NPSFM. And that's caused me to go back and reflect on that to a little bit and look at the language we've used. And I guess the issue, and you'll recall, there was a bit of a legal debate about the ability to incorporate this concept within the strategic objectives. And I think in the end, the council's lawyer advised us that reference to the concept could have reasonably been anticipated and as a logical consequence. But I note, going back and just having a look at Ms. Wallace's submissions, she didn't really give us any guidance on how we ought to refer to it. And so I think what we've done in our interim guidance is we've used this section 6 sort of phraseology, which is the recognise and provide for. I think your criticism is that NPSFM says that we have to give effect to the concept of Te Mana o Te Wai. And yeah, I'm in a little bit of an intellectual fluster as to what to do about that, because of course the NPSFM came about after anyone made submissions about this plan, and so while we've got scope to incorporate the concept, the question as to whether we've got scope to that incorporation to refer to it in the guise of give effect to, and that's obviously something we have to think about. The way that proposed new strategic objective is crafted, though, it incorporates into it 3 specific concepts: Te Mana o Te Wai, intrinsic values of ecosystems, and the life supporting capacity of resources. Now, of course, the Act gives us different ways by which we're supposed to pay attention to those concepts. And I wonder, just reflecting on your paragraph 12, whether we ought to be thinking about splitting out that objective and having one that is more focused on Te Mana o Te Wai, and one which better reflects the section 5 and section 7, I think, language that relates to intrinsic values of ecosystems and life supporting capacity, so that we don't sort of lose the impact and the import of the necessity to refer to Te Mana o Te Wai with those other concepts which predate it and are within a different sort of statutory structure. What's your sort of thinking on that? Because you know the jury's still out on the final wording of these provisions, even though we put them out as interim guidance.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the benefit of them being they're so interrelated. I can see those concepts being held together. I guess in preparing that particular paragraph of my evidence, yeah, was just picking up on that wording in the MPS FM refers to giving effect to, and I mean, I have to be honest, I haven't read Maya's legal submissions for a long time, but I understand that Maya was of Maya and Ms. Wallace were of different opinions, and that Maya was of the opinion that from memory that it wasn't an issue of scope in the submissions. From memory, it was the right requirement, and I couldn't tell you what section of the RMA it is, around ensuring the district planners gives effect to or is consistent with the with the national policy statements. So in my opinion, I prefer that it was separated out, so it was given that mana that it deserves from the MPS FM.
I think I do recall that argument. I think it does suffer from the fact that we're not allowed to amend this plan except by way of submissions, regardless of the fact the MPS fresh water came about midway through the process. So we'd have to accept that we've sort of got almost a blank canvas in terms of the way in which we present for reference these concepts within the strategic objectives. I guess that's something we're going to have to contemplate, because I think I mean, on reflection, I do agree with you that these are discrete concepts, and Te Mana o Te Wai is the most current and most prevalent, and the one that I think I share the same views, and we want to make sure this plan doesn't pull up short from recognising. So no, that's good. I wanted to just get your view on that, because I think it's still in the back of our minds throughout all these matters. So thank you for that. The other matter I wanted to talk to you about is, and it was the matter I raised at the start of the day with Dion and Leanna about Kāngora. And I just wanted to, I guess, get a bit more context for your statement. Do you, you were involved in the residential zone hearings. Are you familiar with the way in which Kāngora have reframed their proposition for medium density residential zones? Have you seen the spatial maps that have been prepared?
Yeah, I had a quick look at Mr. Campbell's evidence this morning, but I haven't read it in detail.
Haven't studied them, okay, all right. Can I go back to the beginning? Because your argument here is that because there hasn't been a multidisciplinary exercise to underpin the rezoning in the absence of with tangata whenua, then you couldn't support it. I'll just want to go back to the beginning and wonder aloud whether when it came to the spatial location of the zones proposed by the council, was Ngā Kaitiaki consulted on where all of those were going to go and what the activities would be within the zones?
I didn't participate in the majority of Ngā Kaitiaki. I only caught the tail end before the plan was notified. But I'm happy to find that out for you unless one of the officers.
Yeah, okay. Oh, that's something potentially we might get some feedback on in reply. So I guess then coming to the final bit of the question, in your evidence to residential rezoning hearings, you proposed quite helpfully some additional matters for discretion be added to the rules for the higher density for applications for consent that were going to go for a slightly denser housing proposal. These were your you repeated them for both the low density, the general, and the medium density. And one in particular, or two in particular, or three, sorry, recognise that only tangata whenua can identify their values and interests in the particular residential zone. Two, ensure that tangata whenua are able to exercise their kaitiakitanga through ongoing activities within the zone. And then three, control the design of buildings and structures by A, ensuring cultural narratives are re-inscribed in the environment through applied cultural expression, including language, technology, design, and public art. So you've recommended to us that these, if we're going to approve or recommend the retention of these zones, that we incorporate these additional matters. I mean, I'll put it to you bluntly, do you think that those proposals, I mean, as I understood your evidence, those proposals were intended to bridge what was perceived to be a gap in the zone formulation and the strategic objectives around ensuring that the development of these residential zones still was capable of giving voice to the strategic objective in a way where tangata whenua had a physical manifestation and representation through the ongoing urban development of the district. So there is a question here. Do you think, reflecting on that if those provisions were adopted by the panel and recommended to go into the plan for the medium density residential zone and the others, do you think they would provide you some comfort that if we were to accept the Kāngora relief and incorporate more medium density zone land in the district, that recognition of those restrictive discretionary matters in the course of the development of those land holdings would provide suitable engagement and connection for tangata whenua?
I think partially. I guess it's yes, but it doesn't replace that requirement that there hasn't been that engagement to inform those. And I guess my concern is placing a zoning over whenua that potentially tangata whenua may say, actually it's not appropriate to have that sort of density right in that location. That just as a scenario. I guess we have I think we've discussed it previously, the situation where between in Bell Block where the land has been zoned residential, and there's been those initial indications from Hapu that they actually probably can't support any type of residential development there. So it's that fundamental question hasn't been asked by the Hapu, I guess. But yes, by tangata whenua, that's my main concern.
Yeah, okay, no, I get that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Kāngora have taken, I guess, a very urban design led, but from a Western perspective, where's the best place for people to live? so that they can connect to where they might work and play. So yeah, they've only looked at it through that lens.
Yeah,
But they
and
have
with
only dealt with it.
sorry, I was just going to add, I think that, you know, those are things that we all consider, we as in some of the other rezoning requests that we've considered those sorts of things as well.
Yep. So, and the other thing they've been very clear about is that they're not using this proposal to change the use of land. So it's residential zoning that's already in place that would potentially just get an extra opportunity. So that's all that's sort of really changing. So, but yeah, again, nothing replaces starting a conversation before you put your idea on the table, I guess. That's come through loud and clear.
Yeah.
All right, that's the only other matter I wanted to talk about with Sarah. Thank you, though. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Kit. Sarah, I have only three questions. The first one really springboards off your paragraph 28, which you're talking about the structure plan development areas and the processes of looking again with the council team and other planners at those structure plan areas. I heard yesterday, or we heard yesterday from Mr. Whitaker, that perhaps the timetable that's been set for that, well, that's the one you're working on with Laura and Todd, you're going to struggle to meet because you just meet the time frame to do the best job or the appropriate job. I've asked Todd to come back to us tomorrow and write a reply, but from your point of view, I know you've got that work you're doing with the other planners, submitters council. You've got the design guide book that you're doing with Campbell. Are you comfortable enough that you're going to meet the timeframes that have been set, or do we need to think about a little bit more time on any of those?
Well, thank you. Anyway, I caught up with Laura last night as well. We were meant to meet with one of our hapu last night, but unfortunately they weren't able to make it. So I think at this stage we have enough time.
Oh, good.
I think Laura indicated, and Sarah's online too, the middle of July we need to have, or perhaps the officers need to have their right of replies, draft reply. So we're planning on having a sort of a wrap up with our hapu to explain where we've landed on the provisions. I think the beginning, maybe the 11th of July.
Okay.
So Laura and I are just working on the provisions in the background, and Louise and Todd will be part of that as well.
Great. I just wanted to make sure that for one of an extra few days or a week, we're going to be flexible, and just wanted to make sure. I know you've been ill, others have been, well, Louise had to struggle through part of a hearing and then those sort of things. So just we're alive to that. The second question I have is about the Armstrong Avenue area, Waitara, and you raise this in your paragraph 58. We heard from 3 submitters in and around that area yesterday. Sarah, Mr. Phelan, Mr. Jufferman, and Mr. Bailey.
Lambert.
Very Lambert.
Yes, yes. So just different sort of thoughts here, but the question I want to ask you is that Mr. Jufferman told us that the issues the hapu have around the Tangaora stream, his evidence to us was that the stormwater systems and everything was well designed, and the swales, and that the development that he'd overseen wasn't contributing to a degrading of the Tangaroa stream, was for some other reason. So I just thought he was pretty firm on that as an expert. Whether you have anything else as an expert to say to us about that, noting that you're suggesting future urban is appropriate for that area to allow some further structure planning and engagement.
I guess my only involvement in that process has been after the fact. So I've heard from both Manukōrehi and Otarawa Hapu around what their expectations were for that development in that area, and my understanding is that it hasn't eventuated for them, I guess. So, well, yeah, I guess it's all that expertise, isn't it? If you spoke, and actually the panel have heard from Manukōrehi in particular around how degraded the Tangaroa is now, and as part of the development of Area Q, the Area A, Waitara Area A, that it resulted in the deletion and the piping of two of the freshwater springs up there that feed the Tangaroa. So that's all, I guess, contributed to the overall health of their whānau as well, and their hapu, that they weren't, I guess the provisions of the plan at that time didn't provide for that sort of, all of those kaupapa in those take.
Okay, thank you for that answer. My last question is about your Part K of your evidence, Port Noise and Seaport Land Company. Sarah, we've got a specific hearing coming up for that topic. You note that there's limited scope for you to participate in the Port Noise Seaport Land Company. Were you proposing to attend that hearing, or because that's a specific hearing that David and I are preparing, or we're hearing that one? Or are you happy just for us to take your item K and just consider that in the round when we do that hearing? I know that Julie or Christine sent out the minute last week or the week before. I haven't reviewed that in detail. My understanding was the Seaport Land Company were going to submit their evidence, and then other submitters had an opportunity to respond to that. So I haven't. That's right. So,
yeah, I haven't.
So obviously you'll wait to see that come in.
Yeah, and
we're hearing that 11, 12 of August. So
okay,
you'll perhaps embellish your once you see that, and you can think about the evidence you're given in Part K of this evidence.
Yeah. I mean, you've highlighted we do have limited scope in relation to that in particular. I guess perhaps our scope is broadened by the port special port zone, special purpose port zone. I'm not sure, but I mean, if you had any questions now about this, I'm happy to answer that now.
No, I think let's just see let the process roll along.
Yeah.
And if there's anything else you think you can or want to say, you can pick that up when you see that evidence come in.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I think that's the conclusion of this part of today. And I think we're hearing from Mr. Mackay after lunch, but it would be quite good to have it. Are there any other questions, commissioners? Yeah, just a karakia to finish this part of the day from someone that might volunteer to close the session.
Kia ora mai tātou. Me ana kia tātou e ko tautoko mai tēnei wā. Engari tō mātou karakia wakamutunga o te ui nei. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia. Unuhia te urutapa nui kia wātia kia mama tēnā kau te tinana te wairua i te arataka. Hoi ara airongo whakaria ki kirunga kia wātia, aira, kua wātia. Au, pai marere.
Does Mr. McKee, he was due at 2 o'clock, obviously, have you? Thank you, Christine for getting us going again. Just some introductions for a start. My name is Stephen Dash. I'm the hearings panel chair. I'm from Napier, and I've done a reasonable amount of decision-making work around Taranaki, and I'm pretty familiar with the district. Commissioner Little John, born and bred in Taranaki, live in Auckland now on my left, and Commissioner McMahon on my right. Wellington via Christchurch, and very experienced planning commissioner. So this is our last lot of submissions in terms of the main part of the zoning hearing. So maybe just so we all know who's who, just perhaps we can do some introductions again.
Afternoon, I'm Christine and I'm one of the administrators for the hearing.
Thank you, Hamish.
Hamish Rezoning, reporting officer for the future urban zone in Orokurua.
Ingrid Mackay, husband Mike and family representing the case this submission.
Thank you.
But I'm not here to answer your questions.
Yeah. You never know, you might.
Shouldn't sit at that table.
I know, that's quite bad. I can sneak out.
Good morning, Commissioners, Mike Mackay, and I'm the applicant looking for the rezone. And my son, William.
William Mackay, son of Mike. Great. And I think we've got some people in the back there. I think Sarah Woods. Probably just introduce yourselves so we all know.
Kia ora. Mike, Ngā Maanga Tairi.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Kia ora, mana tua. Colin Combs is my name. I was the planner involved in the private plan change systems.
Cool. Thank you very much. Let's see, we've got Mr. Holswich, I think, welcome Keith, and Mr. Chard, and also Doug, I see you there, and Campbell as well from the council. I think we know who's who. So the process is you'll talk to us. I know you gave us some documents yesterday by Christine, and there's some more on our table. So just take us through, and we'll hear and listen and ask questions where appropriate. Thank you.
Christine, would you like to hand those maps out? I've already got them.
You've already got them?
Right. Okay, I'm looking for consideration. I'm asking the commissioners to consider a new proposal that is different in scale from what has been in the past. Christine, could you put up attachment 4 of the 33 lot subdivision, please? Good, thank you. At the beginning of the private plan change hearing in July 2019, with Commissioner Wosley, Council Reporting Officer recommended approval of 167 lot subdivision, only restricted by the allocation of the town water supply. Ngātautari. I may take a step back and talk about working alongside Ngātautari Hapu and their involvement in the Paddocks project. Our work together was the importance of protecting the wetlands, the important natural linkages from the Maunga to the sea,
protection of the Pāhaka and the revegetation and fencing of a 10-hectare reserve. Our partnership with Ngāti resulted in something very special. There is now an abundance of bird life, tui, wood pigeon, quail, pheasant, kingfisher, hawk, pewaka wildcat ducks, and native falcon. Very rare spotless crake exists in protected rabo beds, and we monitor the gold striped geckos that are also present. This area is further protected by a key native ecosystem. All sites in the paddock subdivision have a further requirement to plant out 10% of the area of native plants. A no-cat policy is imposed and pest eradication is ongoing. DOC is now training dogs in the subdivision not to attack kiwi, as there is now a very strong likelihood of kiwi coming off the monga into this very safe environment. The reserve area is further safeguarded by our organic farming practice, which avoids harmful chemicals entering this environment. The Plymouth District Council hold a bond from us so that their expectations are also met. Commissioners, you will have a link to our commitment to an ongoing partnership with Ngāti. This includes a memorandum of understanding and the large stonework to be done to further educate the journey through the history of the area. A new Hapu committee has now been formed, led by Chairperson Jackie King. On Sunday, the 15th of August 2021, our family, which included my wife Ingrid, our 2 daughters, Julia and Gina, Sam, our son-in-law, 3 grandchildren, and our planning consultant, Colin Coomber, we were warmly welcomed onto the marae by the trustees. Previous engagements and meetings were recognised and noted. It was relayed that due to a change in the trustee structure, both parties agreed we would move forward with a new relationship. That was the most memorable day. We extended an invitation for Hapu and trustees to visit the site. It was agreed that this would be an opportunity to again meet and have further discussions. COVID has limited our ability to catch up at the site meeting, despite the best efforts of both parties. You should have available our correspondence with our best endeavours to meet. We also acknowledge the trustees of voluntary with a huge workload. We look forward to further engagement with Ngāti. Next, I'm going to talk to the indicative road at 132 Waira Road through the Thurman property. We have been in discussions with the owners of 132 Waira Road for a number of years now. We signed a heads of agreement in October 2017 and also signed a sale and purchase agreement in 2019. More recently, a purchase figure for part of their land has been discussed, and I've got the heads of agreement and the sale and purchase agreement. The commissioners want to look at it?
I don't think we need to. We'll just take the evidences that they exist.
Okay. Should the Walker Farm Park be rezoned residential, we believe we can reach a successful outcome with the Thurmans. I thank Mike and Judy for their patience, some 6 years now. During the private plan change application, it was on the council reporter's recommendation that a main road entrance off Main South Road was to be assessed. That roading report is available to you. Wakako Tahi have reviewed this report and we're not supportive of a main road entrance. Having a linkage through the Thurman property is an opportunity now to secure good planning into the future. Otherwise, all traffic movement will be pushed out onto the busy highway. The Thurman linkage allows for alternative access to the school and the shopping centre without crossing that busy main road. Our professional team have evaluated the 42A report and taken into consideration. For consideration by the commissioners, we have reduced the scale to approximately 33 lots, all contained within approximately 50% of the Walker South Fuzz area. The area takes into account the iwi management plan, national policy statement for freshwater management, and the national policy statement for urban development 2020,
Careful consideration has been given to mandatory around stormwater. All stormwater to be contained on house sites and wide road carriages to accommodate rain gardens for treatment and storage. This is done through the Certex containment systems. Taking this into account, it has now become evident the New Plymouth District Council's section yield has been greatly reduced. For example, the total for Walker South Fuzz area is estimated by the New Plymouth District Council at 145 sections. Our professional estimates now show a reduced yield of 70 potential residential sections for this area. This applies to Walker South Fuzz and should be considered for other developments within the New Plymouth District Council. It is our informed opinion that the policy and planning at New Plymouth District Council have underestimated the real demand for housing in Walker. There has been a reliance on historical data for the growth plans, which do not align with the high investment made into infrastructure. The last 48 years has seen an average of 2.5 greenfield sections made available per annum in the Walker village. This is a trend that will continue as signalled in the proposed new district plan. Walker has long been a mecca for national and international buyers wanting to live in Taranaki. This is reflected in the high sale prices of properties in the Walker village. And demand has always outstripped supply. The demand for greenfield sections in Walker will never be satisfied, as it is well known for its beautiful climate, beach, mountain walks, and unique lifestyle. It is Taranaki's playground. Due to the lack of sections being available, buyers are having to purchase further out of the area, increasing the lifestyle spread. People are coming now regardless. In the future, these lifestyle blocks are going to require further council infrastructure. There is a high demand for 600 square metre sections. This is being generated from various market participants. For example, current Walker residents looking to downsize, retiring farmers, professionals and families. International families are also wanting to live in the village to be close to their children, being educated in nearby facilities, notably the newly developed Green School. Existing supply constraints are also putting pressure on the younger generation looking to reside in the area. The Paddock subdivision has demonstrated very clearly the demand for well-planned sites and the consideration given to the environment, upland and evil. The Paddocks is a 26-lot rural residential development and has attracted national and international purchasers. The social impact of our Walker community has not been compromised as initially feared. Christine, could you put up attachment 3, just to Matt, please? Thank you. The Paddock subdivision has demonstrated very clearly. At its nearest point, the new proposal was 375 metres away from the school, new shopping centre, town hall, bowling club and medical centre. Members of the community are not required to cross the busy main highway to gain access to these facilities. Land has also been set aside for a community swimming pool. At present, children travel to New Plymouth for Waikato for swimming lessons. This is an opportunity to further improve local community-based facilities. The 33-lot subdivision proposal has all the service infrastructure in place a new town water main, town sewer, power, gas and fibre, with further revegetation along the existing wetland gully areas surrounding the subdivision. The important linkage from the Monga to the sea will be 75% completed. Significant research shows that having a daily experience of nature is good for our mental health, physical health and well-being. We have a great team of professionals supporting us, clearly demonstrated throughout the private plan change hearing process. The concept of a subdivision on the Awalka Farm parkland has been well proven. All factors have been professionally reported on and are readily available online. The detail outlined in these reports is extensive and relates to all of the Awalka Farm parkland. We can make everything available to the commissioners on demand. We are here today to place emphasis on our ambition to plan for the future growth requirements within the Taranaki region. As a family, we offer the unique opportunity to engage with Ngāti Tairi, not as a corporate entity, but as a family unit. We have a proven track record through the development of the paddock subdivision to deliver a well-planned extension to the Awalka village. We request the following: the road access across the permanent property at 132 Waira Road, part of the Awalka South Fuzz land to be rezoned to residential to accommodate approximately 33 residential sections. A provision that the balance of the Awalka South Fuzz is given a new alignment that better fits the natural wetland gully areas. This will also protect the main road landscape view. The balance of the new shape, Awalka South Fuzz land, will need to be zoned residential to prevent another unnecessary and expensive private plan change application. Our children and grandchildren love the Awalka lifestyle, as do the Awalka community. For a lot of people, to live in such a beautiful location is a dream come true. Thank you. It's just a small video clip to play. Gives an overview of the Pahaka revegetation and the Coomera pits that have been left exposed, not planted on, and a flight over where the 33 lot subdivision can go, plus the permanent access. Thank you, Christine.
Mr. McCoy?
Yeah, sorry, yeah. Yes.
Mr. McCoy, I'd like to start with some preliminary questions about your evidence and your professional team that you talked about. So Firstly, I'd like to ask you this image here, the one in black and white.
Yes.
So can you just talk us through that? Who prepared that and what was it for?
That was done with the earlier committee from Ngātautari, Keith Manakonga, Mike Kerr, and Sharon Steen. We had several meetings in the early days. And Colin was part of that discussion where we had we met with a stone carver, Barry, and we put that together to recognise the area, the journey that has gone on in the Awopera area.
Thank you. That would have been 2016, 17?
Probably later. Sorry.
Okay. Right. Now, firstly, your background is mainly as a farmer, but property development expertise as well?
No, probably more farming, but 26 years as an associate at the Real Estate Institute.
Okay.
Probably 35 years as real estate.
Okay.
selling.
So real estate is your main profession? Or
No,
has been your main
not
profession?
anymore.
Not
It's
anymore.
probably dairy farm, organic dairy farm.
Okay, thank you. Just in terms of the status of your evidence, you refer a number of times to your professional team.
Yes.
So could you actually give me the names of your professional team?
Yes, the red jacket. Do you want the individual's names?
Yes. Yes.
Luke Bunn.
Luke Bunn.
Yes.
From Red Jacket.
Red Jacket.
And is he an engineer, is he?
Yes. He
Specialising in stormwater or?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
He would have done some really extensive stormwater modelling, which is very exciting to look at.
On the side here?
Yes.
Right.
And for the whole of the Awopera catchment area.
Yes.
First time I've ever heard stormwater modelling called the site.
Richard Bain from Blue Marble. Keys Beavers from Eco. Oh God, I can't remember. Keys Beavers.
K-E-E-S.
C-E-S-S.
Okay. B.
Beavers, just Beavers, as in.
Yes, North American beavers.
Yep.
Yep.
What's his expertise?
Ecology. Colin is with our planner. And Alan Doy is our surveyor. And we used Lachlan Downey for our barrister through the hearing process.
And Hamilton.
Yep. Do I miss any archaeologists? Oh, and Ivan Bruce, the archaeologist, yes.
So you're not representing their professional expertise here, are you?
Not at all. No. They said they couldn't add any more to the project than what they already had. And so it was just for me to come and speak to it. All their reports, thorough reports are available.
So those reports deal with this piece of land here?
Yes, they do.
This piece of land here?
Yeah.
So that was part of the original application in that same form?
Yes.
Exactly the same.
Sorry, as in the 33 lot one?
Yes.
No, not in that form, no.
No.
No, they don't.
Yes. They've looked at the submission plan. Yep. So Kit, can you just, this is?
That's at the end of
That's latest plan's been done by Alan Doy.
Okay.
And taking in all the new needed around setbacks and stormwater and iwi management.
So are you saying to us that we have evidence from each of those experts in relation to the plan?
Not to that plan, no.
The one in the submission or this one here?
That one there has just come from Alan Doy, the surveyor, and he's been accumulated that knowledge from Area Q, where he's done extensive work with iwi out there.
But they've done work on this plan in your submission, is that right?
I'm just not following you, Commissioner.
So you've got a plan at the back of your submission. Which shows
The 141